After all, Colbert, in the age of French absolutism, who encouraged the French Academy of Sciences and the first of the great map-making family, Jean-Dominique Cassini, to produce a coherent and well-ordered map of France. The Renaissance revolution in concepts of space and time laid the conceptual foundations in many respects for the Enlightenment project. What many now look upon as the first great surge of modernist thinking, took the domination of nature as a necessary condition of human emancipation. Since space is a fact of nature, this meant that the conquest and rational ordering of space became an integral part of the modernizing project. The difference this time was that space and time had to be organized not to reflect the glory of God, but to celebrate and facilitate the liberation of man as a free and active individual, endowed with consciousness and will. It was in this image that a new landscape was to emerge. The twisting perspectives and intense force fields constructed to the glory of God in Baroque architecture had to give way to the rationalized structures of an architect like Bully. There is a continuous thread of thought from Voltaire's concern with rational city planning through to Saint-Simon's vision of associated capitals unifying the earth by way of vast investments in transport and communications, and Goethe's heroic invocation in Faust, "Let me open spaces for many millions to dwell in, though not secure, yet active and free," and the ultimate realization of exactly such projects as part and parcel of the capitalist modernization process in the 19th century. Enlightenment thinkers similarly looked to command over the future through powers of scientific prediction, through social engineering and rational planning, and the institutionalization of rational systems of social regulation and control. They in effect appropriated and pushed Renaissance conceptions of space and time to their limit in the search to construct a new, more democratic, healthier, and more affluent society. Accurate maps and chronometers were essential tools within the Enlightenment vision of how the world should be organized. Maps, stripped of all elements of fantasy and religious belief, as well as of any sign of the experiences involved in their production, had become abstract and strictly functional systems for the factual ordering of phenomena in space. The science of map projection, and techniques of cadastral surveying, made them mathematically rigorous depictions. They defined property rights in land, territorial boundaries, domains of administration and social control, communication routes, etc. with increasing accuracy. They also allowed the whole population of the Earth, for the first time in human history, to be located within a single spatial frame. The grid that the Ptolemaic system had provided as a means to absorb the inflow of new information had by now been corrected and filled out, so that a long line of thinkers, from Montesquieu to Rousseau, could begin to speculate on the material and rational principles that might order the distribution of populations, ways of life, and political systems on the surface of the globe. It was within the confines of such a totalizing vision of the globe that environmental determinism and a certain conception of otherness could be admitted, even flourish. The diversity of peoples could be appreciated and analyzed in the secure knowledge that their place in the spatial order was unambiguously known. In exactly the same way that Enlightenment thinkers believed that translation from one language to another was always possible without destroying the integrity of either language, so the totalizing vision of the map allowed strong senses of national, local, and personal identities to be constructed in the midst of geographical differences. Were not the latter after all entirely compatible with the division of labor, commerce, and other forms of exchange? Were they not also explicable in terms of different environmental conditions? I do not want to idealize the qualities of thought that 252 the experience of space and time resulted. The environmentalist explanations of difference put forward by Montesquieu and Rousseau hardly appear enlightened, while the sordid facts of the slave trade and the subjugation of women passed Enlightenment thinkers by with hardly a murmur of protest. Nevertheless, I do want to insist that the problem with Enlightenment thought was not that it had no conception of the other, but that it perceived the other as necessarily having a specific place in a spatial order that was ethnocentrically conceived to have homogeneous and absolute qualities. The recording of time by the chronometer was no less totalizing in its implication for thought and action. Increasingly seen as a mechanical division fixed by the swing of the pendulum, time's arrow was conceived to be linear both forwards and backwards. The conception of past and future as linearly connected by the ticking away of the clock allowed all manner of scientific and historical conceptions to flourish. On such a temporal schema it was possible to see retrodiction and prediction as symmetrical propositions, and to formulate a strong sense of potentiality to control the future. And even though it took many years for geological and evolutionary time scales to be accepted, there is a sense in which such time scales were already implicit in the very acceptance of the chronometer as the way of telling time. Even more important, perhaps, was the significance of such a conception of homogeneous and universal time to conceptions of the rate of profit, the rate of interest, the hourly wage, and other magnitudes fundamental to capitalist decision-making. What all this adds up to is the by now well accepted fact that Enlightenment thought operated within the confines of a rather mechanical Newtonian vision of the universe, in which the presumed absolutes of homogeneous time and space formed limiting containers to thought and action. The breakdown in these absolute conceptions under the stress of time-space compression was the central story of the birth of 19th and early 20th century forms of modernism. I think it useful, however, to pave the path to understanding the break into modernist ways of seeing after 1848 with a consideration of the tensions that lay within Enlightenment conceptions of space. The theoretical, representational, and practical dilemmas are also instructive in interpreting the subsequent move towards postmodernism. Consider, as a starting point, Desserto's contemporary critique of the map as a totalizing device. The application of mathematical principles produces a formal ensemble of abstract places and collates on the same plane heterogeneous places, some received from tradition and others produced by observation. The map is, in effect, a homogenization and reification of the rich diversity of spatial itineraries and spatial stories. It eliminates little by little all traces of the practices that produce it. While the tactile qualities of the medieval map preserved such traces, the mathematically rigorous maps of the Enlightenment were of quite different qualities. Bourdieu's arguments also apply. Since any system of representation is itself a fixed spatial construct, it automatically converts the fluid, confused, but nonetheless objective spaces and time of work and social reproduction into a fixed schema. Just as the map replaces the discontinuous patchy space of practical paths by the homogeneous, continuous space of geometry, so the calendar substitutes a linear, homogeneous, continuous time for practical time, which is made up of incommensurable islands of duration each with its own rhythm. The analyst, Bourdieu continues, may win the privilege of totalization and secure the means for apprehending the logic of the system which a partial or discrete view would miss, but there is also every likelihood that he will overlook the change in status to which he is subjecting practice and its product, and consequently insist on trying to answer questions which are not and cannot be questions for practice. By treating certain idealized conceptions of space and time as real, Enlightenment thinkers ran the danger of confining the free flow of human experience and practice to rationalized configurations. It is in these terms that Foucault detects the repressive turn in Enlightenment practices towards surveillance and control. This provides a useful insight into postmodernist criticism of the totalizing qualities of Enlightenment thought and the tyranny of perspectivism. It also highlights a recurring problem. If social life is to be rationally planned and controlled so as to promote social equality and the welfare of all, then how can production, consumption, and social interaction be planned and efficiently organized except through the incorporation of the ideal abstractions of space and time as given in the map, the chronometer, and the calendar? Beyond this there lies another problem. If perspectivism, for all its mathematical rigor, constructs the world from a given individual viewpoint, then from whose perspective is the physical landscape to be shaped? The architect, designer, planner could not preserve the tactile sense of medieval representations. Even when not directly dominated by class interests, the producer of space could only produce alien art from the standpoint of its inhabitants. Insofar as the social planning of high modernism reincorporated these elements into its practical applications, it likewise stood to be accused of the totalizing vision of space and time to which Enlightenment thinking was heir. The 254 The experience of space and time. Mathematical unities given by Renaissance perspectivism could, from this standpoint, be regarded as just as totalizing and repressive as the maps. Let me follow this line of argument a bit further in order to capture the central dilemma of defining a proper spatial frame for social action. The conquest and control of space, for example, first requires that it be conceived of as something usable, malleable, and therefore capable of domination through human action. Perspectivism and mathematical mapping did this by conceiving of space as abstract, homogeneous, and universal in its qualities, a framework of thought and action which was stable and knowable. Euclidean geometry provided the basic language of discourse. Builders, engineers, architects, and land managers for their part showed how Euclidean representations of objective space could be converted into a spatially ordered physically landscape. Merchants and landowners used such practices for their own class purposes, while the absolutist state likewise relished the capacity to define and produce spaces with fixed spatial coordinates. But these were islands of practice within a sea of social activities in which all manner of other conceptions of space and place, sacred and profane, symbolic, personal, animistic, could continue to function undisturbed. It took something more to consolidate the actual use of space as universal, homogeneous, objective, and abstract in social practice. In spite of the plethora of utopian plans, the something more that came to dominate was private property in land, and the buying and selling of space as a commodity. This brings us to the heart of the dilemmas of the politics of space in any kind of project to transform society. Lefebvre observes, for example, that one of the ways in which the homogeneity of space can be achieved is through its total pulverization and fragmentation into freely alienable parcels of private property, to be bought and traded at will upon the market. This was, of course, exactly the strategy that so forcefully transformed the British landscape through the enclosure movements of the 18th and early 19th centuries, and which demanded systematic mapping as one of its accoutrements. There is, Lefebvre suggests, a permanent tension between the free appropriation of space for individual and social purposes, and the domination of space through private property, the state, and other forms of class and social power. Out of Lefebvre's proposition we can extract 5 explicit dilemmas. Time and space of the Enlightenment. Project 255. 1. If it is true that the only way that space can be controlled and organized is through its pulverization and fragmentation, then it behoves us to establish the principles of that fragmentation. If space, as Foucault would have it, is always a container of social power, then the reorganization of space is always a reorganization of the framework through which social power is expressed. Political economists of the Enlightenment period debated this problem quite explicitly under the opposed doctrines of mercantilism and liberalism. Turgot, French Minister of State and an eminent economist with physiocratic and liberal leanings, commissioned the accurate cadastral mapping of much of France precisely because he sought to support private property relations, the dispersal of economic and political power, and to facilitate the free circulation of commodities both within and without France. Colbert, on the other hand, had earlier tried to organize the French space to concentrate on Paris, the capital, because of his interest in supporting the absolute state and monarchical power. Both were concerned to enhance the fiscal basis of state power, but saw quite different spatial policies as necessary to meet that goal, because they envisaged quite different relations of power between private property and the state. 2. What Enlightenment thinkers began to grapple with was the whole problem of the production of space as a political and economic phenomenon. The production of turnpikes, canals, systems of communication and administration, cleared lands, and the like put the question of the production of a space of transport and communications clearly on the agenda. Any change in space relations wrought by such investments, after all, affected the profitability of economic activity unevenly, and therefore led to a redistribution of wealth and power. Any attempt to democratize and disperse political power likewise entailed some kind of spatial strategy. One of the first initiatives of the French Revolution was to devise a rational system of administration through a highly rational and egalitarian division of the French national space into departments. Perhaps the clearest example of this politics in action is the design of the homesteading system and the spatial grid for land settlement in the United States. The pulverization and fragmentation of the space of the United States along such rationalistic lines was. Plate 3.8 The French Revolution emphasized Enlightenment concerns for both the rational mapping of space and its rational division for purposes of administration, a 1780 prospectus for a nouvelle topography of France and a 1789 map drawn up by the National Assembly thought to imply maximum individual liberty to move and settle in a reasonably egalitarian way in the spirit of a property-owning and agrarian democracy. The Jeffersonian vision was ultimately subverted, but at least up until the Civil War there was enough truth in its practical meaning to give some credence to the idea that the United States, precisely because of its open spatial organization, was the land where the utopian visions of the Enlightenment might be realized. 3. There can be no politics of space independent of social relations. The latter give the former their social content and meaning. This was the rock upon which the innumerable utopian plans of the Enlightenment foundered. The pulverization of space, which Jeffersonian land politics presumed would open the way to an egalitarian democracy, ended up being a means that facilitated the proliferation of capitalist social relations. It provided a remarkably open framework within which money power could operate with few of the constraints encountered in Europe. In the European context it was the ideas of Saint Simon, with his associated capitals conquering and subduing space in the name of human welfare, that similarly got subverted. After 1848, credit bankers such as the Parier brothers in Second Empire France, promoted a highly profitable even if speculative spatial fix to the dilemmas of overaccumulation and capitalist crisis, through a vast wave of investments in railways, canals, and urban infrastructures. 4. The homogenization of space poses serious difficulties for the conception of place. If the latter is the site of being, then becoming entails a spatial politics that renders place subservient to transformations of space. Absolute space yields, as it were, to relative space. It is precisely at this point that the incipient tension between place and space can get transformed into an absolute antagonism. The reorganization of space to democratic ends challenged dynastic power embedded in place. The beating down of gates, the crossing of castle moats, walking at one's ease in places where one was once forbidden to enter, the appropriation of a certain space, which had to be opened and broken into, was the first delight of the revolution. Moreover, as good sons of the Enlightenment, Ozov goes on to report, the revolutionaries saw space and time as an occasion to construct a ceremonial space that was the equivalent of the time of the revolution. But the subversion of that democratizing project by money power and capital led to the commodification of space and 258 The experience of space and time the production of new but equally oppressive geographical systems for the containerization of power. 5. This leads us back to the most serious dilemma of all, the fact that space can be conquered only through the production of space. The specific spaces of transport and communications, of human settlement and occupancy, all legitimized under some legal system of rights to spaces which guarantees security of place and access to the members of society, form a fixed frame within which the dynamics of a social process must unfold. When placed in the context of capital accumulation, this fixity of spatial organization becomes heightened into an absolute contradiction. The effect is to unleash capitalism's powers of creative destruction upon the geographical landscape, sparking violent movements of opposition from all kinds of quarters. This last point is sufficiently important to warrant generalization. Not only does it take the production of a specific, fixed, and immovable space to pursue the annihilation of space through time, but it also takes long-term investments of slow turnover time in order to accelerate the turnover time of the mass of capitals. How capitalism confronts and periodically succumbs to this nexus of contradictions is one of the major untold stories in the historical geography of capitalism. Time-space compression is a sign of the intensity of forces at work at this nexus of contradiction, and it may well be that crises of overaccumulation as well as crises in cultural and political forms are powerfully connected to such forces. Enlightenment thinkers sought a better society. In so doing, they had to pay attention to the rational ordering of space and time as prerequisites to the construction of a society that would guarantee individual liberties and human welfare. The project meant the reconstruction of the spaces of power in radically new terms, but it proved impossible to specify exactly what those terms might be. State, communitarian, and individualistic ideas were associated with different spatial landscapes, just as differential command over time posed crucial problems of class relations, of the rights to the fruits of one's labor, and of capital accumulation. Yet all Enlightenment projects had in common a relatively unified common sense of what space and time were about and why their rational ordering was important. This common basis in part depended on the popular availability of watches and clocks, and on the capacity to diffuse cartographic knowledge by cheaper and more efficient printing techniques. But it also rested upon the link between Renaissance perspectivism and a conception. Time and space of the Enlightenment project 259 of the individual as the ultimate source and container of social power, albeit assimilated within the nation-state as a collective system of authority. The economic conditions of the European Enlightenment contributed in no uncertain measure to the sense of common objectives. Increased competition between states and other economic units created pressure to rationalize and coordinate the space and time of economic activity, be it within a national space of transport and communications, of administration and military organization, or the more localized spaces of private estates and municipalities. All economic units were caught up in a world of increasing competition in which the stakes were ultimately economic success. The practical rationalization of space and time throughout the 18th century, a progress marked by the rise of the Ordnance Survey or of systematic cadastral mapping in France at the end of the 18th century, formed the context in which Enlightenment thinkers formulated their projects. And it was against this conception that the second great turn of modernism after 1848 revolted. 16. Time-space compression and the rise of modernism as a cultural force. The depression that swept out of Britain in 1846-7 and which quickly engulfed the whole of what was then the capitalist world, can justly be regarded as the first unambiguous crisis of capitalist overaccumulation. It shook the confidence of the bourgeoisie and challenged its sense of history and geography in profound ways. There had been many economic and political crises before, but most could reasonably be attributed to natural calamities or wars and other geopolitical struggles. But this one was different. Though there were bad harvests here and there, this crisis could not easily be attributed to God or nature. Capitalism had matured by 1847-8 to a sufficient degree, so that even the blindest bourgeois apologist could see that financial conditions, reckless speculation, and overproduction had something to do with events. The outcome, in any case, was a sudden paralysis of the economy, in which surpluses of capital and labor lay side by side with apparently no way to reunite them in profitable and socially useful union. There were, of course, as many explanations of the crisis as there were class positions. The craft workers from Paris to Vienna tended to view it as the inevitable outcome of a rampant capitalist development process that was changing employment conditions, raising the rate of exploitation, and destroying traditional skills, while progressive elements in the bourgeoisie could view it as a product of the recalcitrant aristocratic and feudal orders who refused the course of progress. The latter, for their part, could attribute the whole affair to the undermining of traditional values and social hierarchies by the materialist values and practices of both workers and an aggressive class of capitalists and financiers. The thesis I want to explore here, however, is that the crisis of 1847-8 created a crisis of representation, and that this latter crisis itself derived from a radical readjustment in the sense of time and 261. Space in economic, political, and cultural life. Before 1848, progressive elements within the bourgeoisie could reasonably hold to the Enlightenment sense of time, recognizing that they were fighting a battle against the enduring and ecological time of traditional societies and the retarded time of recalcitrant forms of social organization. But after 1848, that progressive sense of time was called into question in many important respects. Too many people in Europe had fought on the barricades, or been caught up in the maelstrom of hopes and fears, not to appreciate the stimulus that comes with participant action in explosive time. Baudelaire, for one, could never forget the experience, and came back to it again and again in his explorations of a modernist language. In retrospect, it became easier to invoke some cyclical sense of time. Or, if people were mindful enough of class tensions, they might invoke, as Marx did in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, a sense of alternating time in which the outcome of bitter struggles must always be seen as a precarious balance between class forces. But I think it true to say that the question "what time are we in?" came in upon the philosophical agenda after 1848 in ways that challenged the simple mathematical presuppositions of Enlightenment thinking. The sense of physical and social time, so recently brought together in Enlightenment thought, began once more to diverge. It then became possible for the artist and the thinker to explore the nature and meaning of time in new ways. The events of 1847-8 also challenged certainties as to the nature of space and the meaning of money. Events proved that Europe had achieved a level of spatial integration in its economic and financial life that was to make the whole continent vulnerable to simultaneous crisis formation. The political revolutions that erupted at once across the continent emphasized the synchronic as well as the diachronic dimensions to capitalist development. The certainty of absolute space and place gave way to the insecurities of a shifting relative space, in which events in one place could have immediate and ramifying effects in several other places. If, as Jameson suggests, the truth of experience no longer coincides with the place in which it takes place, but is spread-eagled across the world's spaces, then a situation arises in which we can say that if individual experience is authentic, then it cannot be true, and that if a scientific or cognitive mode of the same content is true, then it escapes individual experience. Since individual experience always forms the 262 the experience of space and time raw material of works of art, this condition posed deep problems for artistic production. But this was not the only arena of confusion. Diverse local workers' movements suddenly found themselves swept up in a series of events and political shifts which had no obvious boundaries. Nationalist workers could exhibit xenophobia in Paris yet sympathize with Polish or Viennese workers struggling, like them, for political and economic emancipation in their particular spaces. It was in such a context that the universalist propositions of the Communist Manifesto made more than a little sense. How to reconcile the perspective of place with the shifting perspectives of relative space became a serious issue to which modernism was to address itself with increasing vigor up until the shock of the First World War. European space was becoming more and more unified precisely because of the internationalism of money power. 1847-8 was a financial and monetary crisis which seriously challenged received ideas as to the meaning and role of money in social life. The tension between the functions of money as a measure and store of value, and money as a lubricant of exchange and investment had long been evident. But it was now registered as a downright antagonism between the financial system and its monetary base. Credit money in effect came crashing down, leaving a shortage of real money and specie in 1847-8. Those who controlled specie controlled a vital source of social power. The Rothschilds used that power to great effect and, through their superior command over space, came to dominate the finances of the whole European continent. Yet the question of the true nature and meaning of money was not so easily resolved. The tension between credit and specie money loomed large in the subsequent years, eventually bringing even the Rothschilds into a banking world in which the credit system and fictitious capital formation became paramount. This in turn altered the meaning of time and other vital magnitudes to capitalism's dominant mode of conducting business. It was only after 1850, after all, that stock and capital markets were systematically organized and open to general participation under legal rules of incorporation and market contract. All of these shifts created a crisis of representation. Neither literature nor art could avoid the question of internationalism, synchrony, insecure temporality, and the tension within the dominant measure of value between the financial system and its monetary or commodity. 263. Base. Around 1850, writes Barthes, classical writing therefore disintegrated, and the whole of literature, from Flaubert to the present day, became the problematics of language. It is no accident that the first great modernist cultural thrust occurred in Paris after 1848. The brush strokes of Manet that began to decompose the traditional space of painting and to alter its frame, to explore the fragmentations of light and color, the poems and reflections of Baudelaire that sought to transcend ephemerality and the narrow politics of place in the search for eternal meanings, and the novels of Flaubert with their peculiar narrative structures in space and time coupled with a language of icy aloofness, all of these were signals of a radical break of cultural sentiment that reflected a profound questioning of the meaning of space and place, of present, past and future, in a world of insecurity and rapidly expanding spatial horizons. Flaubert, for example, explores the question of representation of heterogeneity and difference, of simultaneity and synchrony, in a world where both time and space are being absorbed under the homogenizing powers of money and commodity exchange. Everything should sound simultaneously, he wrote, one should hear the bellowing of the cattle, the whispering of the lovers, and the rhetoric of the officials all at the same time. Unable to represent the simultaneity with the requisite effect, Flaubert dissolves the sequence by cutting back and forth, and in the final crescendo to a scene in Madame Bovary juxtaposes two sequences in a single sentence to reach a unified effect. Frédéric Moreau, the hero of Flaubert's L'Education Sentimentale, moves from space to space in Paris and its suburbs, collecting experiences of quite different qualities as he goes. What is special is the way that he glides in and out of the differentiated spaces of the city, with the same sort of ease that money and commodities change hands. The whole narrative structure of the book likewise gets lost in perpetual postponements of decisions precisely because Frederick has enough inherited money to enjoy the luxury of not deciding, even in the midst of revolutionary turmoil. Action is reduced to a set of paths that might have been but were not taken. The thought of the future torments us, and the past is holding us back, Flaubert later wrote, adding, that is why the present is slipping from our grasp. Yet it was the possession of money that allowed the present to slip through Frederick's grasp, while opening social spaces to casual penetration. Evidently, time, space, and money could be invested with rather different significances, depending upon the conditions and possibilities of trade-off. B. 264 The experience of space and time between them. Flaubert had to find a new language to speak of such possibilities. These explorations of new cultural forms occurred in an economic and political context which in many respects belied that of the economic collapse and revolutionary upsurge of 1848. Even though, for example, excessive speculation in railroad construction triggered the first European-wide crisis of overaccumulation, the resolution to that crisis after 1850 rested heavily upon further exploration of temporal and spatial displacement. New systems of credit and corporate forms of organization, of distribution, coupled with technical and organizational innovations in production, helped speed up the circulation of capital in mass markets. More emphatically, capitalism became embroiled in an incredible phase of massive long-term investment in the conquest of space. The expansion of the railway network, accompanied by the advent of the telegraph, the growth of steam shipping, and the building of the Suez Canal, the beginnings of radio communication and bicycle and automobile travel at the end of the century, all changed the sense of time and space in radical ways. This period also saw the coming on stream of a whole series of technical innovations. New ways of viewing space and motion began to be thought out and applied to the production of urban space. Balloon travel and photography from on high changed perceptions of the Earth's surface, while new technologies of printing and mechanical reproduction allowed a dissemination of news, information, and cultural artifacts throughout ever broader swathes of the population. The vast expansion of foreign trade and investment after 1850 put the major capitalist powers on the path of globalism, but did so through imperial conquest and inter-imperialist rivalry that was to reach its apogee in World War I, the First Global War. En route, the world's spaces were deterritorialized, stripped of their preceding significations, and then re-territorialized according to the convenience of colonial and imperial administration. Not only was the relative space revolutionized through innovations in transport and communications, but what that space contained was also fundamentally reordered. The map of domination of the world's spaces changed out of all recognition between 1850 and 1914. Yet it was possible, given the flow of information and new techniques of representation, to sample a wide range of simultaneous imperial adventures and conflicts with a mere glance at the morning newspaper. And if 265. That was not enough, the organization of a series of world exhibitions, beginning with the Crystal Palace in 1851 and passing through several French efforts to the Grand Columbian Exhibition in Chicago in 1893, celebrated the fact of globalism while providing a framework within which what Benjamin calls the phantasmagoria of the world of commodities and competition between nation-states and territorial production systems might be understood. So successful was this project of subduing space and rekindling capitalist growth that the economist Alfred Marshall could confidently assert in the 1870s that the influence of time is more fundamental than that of space in economic life. Yet this transformation also undermined the cogency and meaning of realist fiction and painting. Zola predicted the end of his own genre, as well as that of a self-contained peasantry in France, in L'Otero when he has the school teacher articulate the idea that the import of cheap American wheat that then appeared imminent was bound to bury locality within a flood of internationalist influences. Frank Norris, on the other side of the Atlantic, sensed the same problem in The Octopus. The wheat farmers of California had to recognize that they were merely a part of an enormous whole, a unit in the vast agglomeration of wheatland the world around, feeling the effects of causes thousands of miles distant. How was it possible, using the narrative structures of realism, to write anything other than a parochialist and hence to some degree unrealistic novel in the face of all this spatial simultaneity? Realist narrative structures assumed, after all, that a story could be told as if it was unfolding coherently, event after event, in time. Such structures were inconsistent with a reality in which two events in quite different spaces occurring at the same time could so intersect as to change how the world worked. Flaubert, the modernist, pioneered a path that Zola, the realist, found it impossible to emulate. It was in the midst of this rapid phase of time-space compression that the second great wave of modernist innovation in the aesthetic realm began. To what degree, then, can modernism be interpreted as a response to a crisis in the experience of space and time? Kern's study of the culture of time and space, 1880-1918, makes such a supposition more than a little plausible. Kern accepts that the telephone, wireless telegraph, X-ray, cinema, bicycle, automobile and airplane established the material foundation for new modes of thinking about and experiencing time and space. While he is anxious to maintain the independence of cultural developments, he does argue that the interpretation of phenomena such 266 the experience of space and time as class structure, diplomacy and war tactics in terms of modes of time and space makes possible the demonstration of their essential similarity to explicit considerations of time and space in literature, philosophy, science, and art. Lacking any theory of technological innovation, of capitalist dynamics across space, or of cultural production, Kern offers only generalizations about the essential cultural developments of the period. But his descriptions highlight the incredible confusions and oppositions across a spectrum of possible reactions to the growing sense of crisis in the experience of time and space, that had been gathering since 1848 and seemed to come to a head just before the First World War. I note in parenthesis that 1910-14 is roughly the period that many historians of modernism point to as crucial in the evolution of modernist thinking. Henry Lefebvre agrees. Around 1910 a certain space was shattered. It was the space of common sense, of knowledge, of social practice, of political power, a space hitherto enshrined in everyday discourse, just as in abstract thought, as the environment of and channel for communication. Euclidean and perspectivist space have disappeared as systems of reference, along with other former commonplaces such as town, history, paternity, the tonal system in music, traditional morality, and so forth. This was a truly crucial moment. Consider a few aspects of this crucial moment set, significantly enough, between Einstein's special theory of relativity of 1905 and the general theory of 1916. Ford, we recall, set up his assembly line in 1913. He fragmented tasks and distributed them in space so as to maximize efficiency and minimize the friction of flow in production. In effect, he used a certain form of spatial organization to accelerate the turnover time of capital in production. Time could then be accelerated by virtue of the control established through organizing and fragmenting the spatial order of production. In that very same year, however, the first radio signal was beamed around the world from the Eiffel Tower, thus emphasizing the capacity to collapse space into the simultaneity of an instant in universal public time. The power of wireless had been clearly demonstrated the year before with the rapid diffusion of news about the sinking of the Titanic. Public time 267 was becoming ever more homogeneous and universal across space. And it was not only commerce and railways, for the organization of large-scale commuting systems and all the other temporal coordinations that made metropolitan life bearable also depended upon establishing some universal and commonly accepted sense of time. The more than 38 billion telephone calls made in the United States in 1914 emphasized the power of intervention of public time and space in daily and private life. Indeed, it was only in terms of such a public sense of time that reference to private time could make sense. De Chirico appropriately celebrated these qualities by conspicuously placing clocks in his paintings of 1910–14. The reactions pointed in many directions. James Joyce, for one, began his quest to capture the sense of simultaneity in space and time during this period, insisting upon the present as the only real location of experience. He had his action take place in a plurality of spaces, Kern notes, in a consciousness that leaps about the universe and mixes here and there in defiance of the ordered diagramming of the cartographers. Proust, for his part, tried to recover past time and to create a sense of individuality and place that rested on a conception of experience across a space of time. Personal conceptions of time became a matter of public commentary. The two most innovative novelists of the period, Kern continues, transformed the stage of modern literature from a series of fixed settings in homogeneous space into a multitude of qualitatively different spaces that varied with the shifting moods and perspectives of human consciousness. Picasso and Braque, for their part, taking their cue from Cézanne, who had begun to break up the space of painting in new ways in the 1880s, experimented with Cubism, thus abandoning the homogeneous space of linear perspective that had dominated since the 15th century. Delaunay's celebrated work of 1910–11 depicting the Eiffel Tower was perhaps the most startling public symbol of a movement that tried to represent time through a fragmentation of space. The protagonists were probably unaware that this paralleled the practices on Ford's assembly line, though the choice of the Eiffel Tower as symbol reflected the fact that the whole movement had something to do with industrialism. It was in 1912, also, that Durkheim's Elementary Forms of the Religious Life was published with its explicit recognition that the foundation of the category time is the rhythm of social life, and that the social origin of space likewise necessarily entailed the existence of multiple spatial visions. Ortega y Gasset, following Nietzsche's injunction that there is only 268 the experience of space and time. Plate 3.9 De Chirico's The Philosopher's Conquest explores modernist themes of time and space explicitly. A perspective seeing, only a proper perspective knowing, formulated a new version of the theory of perspectivism in 1910 which insisted that there were as many spaces in reality as there were perspectives on it, and that there are as many realities as points of view. This. Plate 3.10 Delaunay's Eiffel Tower, first exhibited in 1911, uses a familiar image of construction to examine the fragmentation and breakup of space typical of Cubism. 270 The experience of space and time put a philosophical nail in the coffin of rationalist ideals of homogeneous and absolute space. I have cited just a few of the incidents that Kern records in order to convey a sense of the confusions rampant in social and cultural thought in the period 1910-14. But matters can, I think, be taken a step further, hinging an argument on an idea that Kern launches but makes very little of. One response was a growing sense of unity among people formerly isolated in distance and lack of communication. This was not, however, unambiguous, because proximity also generated anxiety, apprehension that the neighbors were seen as getting a bit too close. How was this ambiguity expressed? Two broad and rather distinctive currents of thought can be identified depending upon the emphasis upon unity or difference. Those who emphasized the unity between peoples also accepted the unreality of place within a fragmented relative space. Celebrating the annihilation of space through time, the task was to relaunch the Enlightenment project of universal human emancipation in a global space bound together through mechanisms of communication and social intervention. Such a project implied, however, spatial fragmentation through planned coordination. And how could that be done except through pulverizing pre-existing spaces in some manner? Ford had shown how social processes could be speeded up, and productive forces augmented, by the spatialization of time. The problem was to harness this capacity to human emancipation rather than to some narrow set of interests, such as those of capital. A German group proposed in 1911, for example, the creation of a world office that would unify all the humanitarian tendencies that run in parallel but disorderly directions, and bring about a concentration and a promotion of all creative activities. It was only in such a context of rationalized and totally organized external and public space that interior and very private senses of time and space could properly flourish. The space of the body, of consciousness, of the psyche spaces kept too long repressed, given the absolute suppositions of Enlightenment thought, but now opening up as a consequence of psychological and philosophical findings, could be liberated only through the rational organization of exterior space and time. But rationality now meant something more than planning with the aid of the map and the chronometer, or subjecting all of social life to time and motion study. New senses of relativism and perspectivism could be invented and applied to the production of space and the ordering of time. This kind of reaction, which many were later to dub as exclusively modernist, typically entailed a whole set of accoutrements. Despising. 271. History. It sought entirely new cultural forms that broke with the past and solely spoke the language of the new. Holding that form followed function and that spatial rationality should be imposed on the external world in order to maximize individual liberty and welfare, it took efficiency and function as its central motif. It had a deep concern for purity of language, no matter whether it was in architecture, music, or literature. It is an open question, of course, whether this response was a pure bowing down to the force of spatial and temporal restructuring of the period. Fernand Léger, the French Cubist painter, certainly thought so, observing in 1913 that life was more fragmented and faster moving than in previous periods and that it was essential to devise a dynamic art to depict it. And Gertrude Stein certainly interpreted cultural events, such as the advent of Cubism, as a response to the time-space compression to which everyone was exposed and sensitized. This in no way detracts, of course, from the importance of grappling with that experience in the field of representation in such a way as to enhance, support, and perhaps even command the processes that seem to be escaping from all forms of collective control. But it does refocus our attention on the practical ways in which that might be done. Le Corbusier was, in effect, merely following the Jeffersonian principles of land partition when he argued that the way to individual liberty and freedom lay through the construction of a highly ordered and rationalized space. His project was internationalist, and emphasized the kind of unity in which a socially conscious notion of individual difference could be fully explored. The other kind of reaction bundled together a host of seemingly divergent responses built, however, around one central principle which I shall later have frequent cause to invoke, that the more unified the space, the more important the qualities of the fragmentations become for social identity and action. The free flow of capital across the surface of the globe, for example, places strong emphasis upon the particular qualities of the spaces to which that capital might be attracted. The shrinkage of space that brings diverse communities across the globe into competition with each other implies localized competitive strategies and a heightened sense of awareness of what makes a place special and gives it a competitive advantage. This kind of reaction looks much more strongly to the identification of place, the building, and signaling of its unique qualities in an increasingly homogeneous but fragmented world. 272 The experience of space and time. We can spot this other side to modernism's explorations in a number of contexts. Foucault's perceptive remark that Flaubert is to the library what Manet is to the museum underlines how the innovators of modernism in literature and painting, while in one sense breaking with all past conventions, still had to situate themselves historically and geographically somewhere. Both the library and the museum have the effect of recording the past and depicting geography while breaking with it. The reduction of the past to a representation organized as a display of artifacts is just as formalistic as the reduction of geography to a set of displays of things from far-off places. Modernist artists and writers painted for the museums or wrote for the libraries precisely because to work this way allowed them to break with the constraints of their own place and time. Yet the museum, the library, and the exhibition usually aspire to some kind of coherent ordering. The ideological labor of inventing tradition became of great significance in the late 19th century precisely because this was an era when transformations in spatial and temporal practices implied a loss of identity with place and repeated radical breaks with any sense of historical continuity. Historical preservation and the museum culture experienced strong bursts of life from the late 19th century on, while the international expositions not only celebrated the world of international commodification but also exhibited the geography of the world as a series of artifacts for all to see. It was out of such a climate that one of the most sensitive of modernist writers, Simmel, could write so persuasively on the significance of ruins. They were, he said, places where the past with its destinies and transformations has been gathered into this instant of an aesthetically perceptible present. Ruins helped ground our shaken identity in a rapidly transforming world. This was also an age when the artifacts of the past or from afar began to trade as valued commodities. The emergence of an active antique and foreign craft market are indicative of a trend that was consistent, also, with the revival of the craft tradition pushed by William Morris in Britain, by the craftwork movement of Vienna, and in the Art Nouveau style that swamped France in the early years of the century. Architects like Louis Sullivan in Chicago and Gaudemar in Paris likewise searched for new and local vernacular styles that could satisfy the new functional needs but also celebrate the distinctive qualities of the places they occupied. The identity of place was reaffirmed in the midst of the growing abstractions of space. 273. This trend to privilege the spatialization of time over the annihilation of space by time is consistent with much of what postmodernism now articulates, with Lyotard's local determinisms, Fish's interpretive communities, Frampton's regional resistances, and Foucault's heterotopias. It evidently offers multiple possibilities within which a spatialized otherness can flourish. Modernism, seen as a whole, explored the dialectic of place versus space, of present versus past, in a variety of ways. While celebrating universality and the collapse of spatial barriers, it also explored new meanings for space and place in ways that tacitly reinforced local identity. By enhancing links between place and the social sense of personal and communal identity, this facet of modernism was bound, to some degree, to entail the aestheticization of local, regional, or national politics. Loyalties to place then take precedence over loyalties to class, spatializing political action. At the end of the process lies the restoration of the Hegelian notion of the state and the resurrection of geopolitics. Marx, of course, had restored historical time to primacy of place in social theory, in part as a reaction to Hegel's spatialized conception of the ethical state as the endpoint of a teleological history. The introduction of the state as spatialization poses intriguing questions for social theory, for as Lefebvre points out, the state crushes time by reducing differences to repetitions of circularities. If this modern state imposes itself as the stable center definitively of societies and spaces, then geopolitical argument has to resort, as has in fact always been the case, to aesthetic rather than to social values in its search for legitimacy. It is, therefore, a readily understandable paradox that in an age when the annihilation of space through time was proceeding at a furious pace, geopolitics and the aestheticization of politics underwent a strong revival. Nietzsche captured the essential thrust philosophically in the will to power. Nihilism, a condition in which the highest values devaluate themselves, stands at our door as the uncanniest of guests. European culture, he asserts, has been moving as toward a catastrophe, with a tortured tension that is growing from decade to decade, restlessly, violently, headlong, like a river that wants to reach the end, that no longer reflects, that is afraid to reflect. The dissolution of unalienable landed property, honoring the old in part, arises, he suggests, with the collapse of space, newspapers, railway, telegraph. The consequent centralization of a tremendous number of different interests in a single soul, means that individuals must now be very strong and protean. It is in such a circumstance that the will to power, an attempt at a revolution of all values, must assert itself as a guiding force in the quest for a new morality. And do you know what the world is to me? Shall I show it to you in my mirror? This world, a monster of energy, without beginning, without end. Enclosed by nothingness as by a boundary, not something blurry or wasted, not something endlessly extended, but set in a definite space as a definite force, and not a space that might be empty here or there, but rather as force throughout, as a play of forces and waves of forces, at the same time one and many, increasing here, and at the same time decreasing there, a sea of forces flowing and rushing together, eternally changing, eternally flooding back, with tremendous years of recurrence. With an ebb and a flood of its forms, out of the simplest forms striving toward the most complex, out of the stillest, most rigid, coldest forms toward the hottest, most turbulent, most self-contradictory, and then again returning home to the simple, out of this abundance, out of the play of contradictions back to the joy of concord, still affirming itself in this uniformity of its courses and its years, blessing itself as that which must return eternally, as a becoming that knows no satiety, no disgust, no weariness, this, my Dionysian world of the eternally self-creating, the eternally self-destroying, this mystery world of the twofold voluptuous delight, my beyond good and evil, without goal, unless the joy of the circle is itself a goal, without will, unless a ring feels good will toward itself. Do you want a name for this world? A solution for all its riddles? A light for you, too, you best concealed, strongest, most intrepid, most midnightly man? This world is the will to power and nothing besides. And you yourselves are also this will to power and nothing besides. The extraordinary imagery of space and time, of successive waves of compression and implosion, in passages such as this suggests that Nietzsche's powerful intervention in the modernity debate had an experiential basis in the world of late 19th century time-space transformation. The search for this new morality of power and the charisma of very strong and protean individuals lay at the heart of the new science of geopolitics. Kern pays close attention to the rising Sine. 275. Significance of such theories at the turn of the century. Friedrich Ratzel in Germany, Camille Vallaz in France, Halford Mackinder in Britain, and Admiral Mahan in the United States all recognized the significance of command over space as a fundamental source of military, economic, and political power. Were there, they asked, strategic spaces within the new globalism of trade and politics, the command of which would confer favored status upon particular peoples? If there was some Darwinian struggle for survival of the different peoples and nations of the earth, then what principles governed that struggle and what would its outcome probably be? Each tilted his answer towards a national interest, and in so doing conceded the right of a particular people to command its own particular place and, if survival, necessity, or moral certitudes impelled it, to expand in the name of manifest destiny, the white man's burden, the mission civilis atris or the need for Lebensraum. In Ratzel's case in particular, we find a philosophical predisposition to insist upon a unity between a people and its land as the basis of cultural sophistication and political power, a union that can be dissolved only through violence and dispossession. This union formed the basis of a national culture and civilizing influence, whose sources were radically different from those given by the universals of Enlightenment thinking or of the confused but universalist modernism that formed the other major current in late 19th century thought. It would be wrong to consider these two wings of thought, the universalism and the particularism, as separate from each other. They should be regarded, rather, as two currents of sensibility that flowed along side by side, often within the same person, even when one or other sensibility became dominant in a particular place and time. Le Corbusier started his life paying close attention to vernacular styles even while recognizing the importance of rationalizing a homogeneous space in ways proposed by utopian planners. The fascination of cultural movements in Vienna, particularly before World War I, derives, one suspect, precisely from the confused ways in which the two currents one have identified mixed in time, place, and person almost without restraint. The free-flowing sensuality of Klimt, the agonized expressionism of Egon Schiele, the rigorous rejection of ornament and the rational shaping of space of Adolf Loos. All clinging together in the midst of a crisis of bourgeois culture, caught in its own rigidities but faced with whirlwind shifts in the experience of space and time. While modernism always ostensibly asserted the values of internationalism and universalism, it could never properly settle its account. 276 The experience of space and time with parochialism and nationalism. It either defined itself in opposition to these all too familiar forces or else it took the elitist and ethnocentric road by presuming that Paris, Berlin, New York, London, or wherever, was indeed the intellectual fount of all representational and aesthetic wisdom. In the latter case, modernism stood to be accused of cultural imperialism in much the same way that abstract expressionism became caught up with national interests in the United States after World War II. In putting things this way, I am, to some degree, departing from the normal conception of what modernism was supposed to be about. But unless we are prepared to see even its universal aspirations as the outcome of a perpetual dialogue with localism and nationalism, I think we shall miss some of its more important features. Since this opposition is important, I shall take up one example brilliantly exploited in Karl Skorsk's Fin de siècle Vienna — the contrast between Camillo Sid's and Otto Wagner's approaches to the production of urban space. Sid, rooted in the Kraftwerker tradition of late 19th century Vienna, and abhorring the narrow and technical functionalism that seemed to attach to the lust for commercial profit, sought to construct spaces that would make the city's people feel secure and happy. This meant that city building must be not just a technical question but an aesthetic one in the highest sense. He therefore set out to create interior spaces, plazas and squares that would promote the preservation and even recreation of a sense of community. He sought to overcome fragmentation and provide a community life outlook for the people as a whole. This deployment of art in the shaping of space to create a real sense of community was, to Sid, the only possible response to modernity. As Skorsk summarizes it, in the cold traffic-swept modern city of the slide rule and the slum, the picturesque comforting square can reawaken memories of the vanished burger past. This spatially dramatic memory will inspire us to create a better future, free of philistinism and utilitarianism. To what coherent values could Sid appeal? Needing a new ideal beside and above the real world, Sid exalted Richard Wagner as the genius who recognized this redemptive, future-oriented work as the special task of the artist. The world that the rootless seeker of science and trade destroyed, leaving the suffering folk without a vital myth to live by, the artist must create anew. Sid's ideas can be seen as a specific reaction to commercialization, utilitarian ration. 277. Alism, and the fragmentations and insecurities that typically arise under conditions of time-space compression. They also definitely attempt to spatialize time, but in so doing cannot help but aestheticize politics, in Sid's case through appeal to the Wagnerian myth and its notion of a rooted community. Sid was here conceding, however, to a whole set of political, cultural, and spatial practices that sought to reinforce local community solidarity and tradition in the face of the universalism and globalism of money power, commodification, and capital circulation. Kern, for example, reports that national festivals in Germany in this period were staged in spaces around national monuments where masses of people could sing and dance. These were the kinds of spaces that SID set out to provide. What is terrifying about the subsequent history of this sort of spatial practice is the way that so many of the Viennese artisans whom SID championed were later to mass in the squares, piazzas, and living spaces that SID wanted to create, in order to express their virulent opposition to internationalism, turning to anti-Semitism and the place-specific myths of Nazism in opposition to the rational utilitarianism of Enlightenment thought. The dramatic spectacles of the sort the Nazis organized certainly brought space alive and managed to appeal to a deep mythology of place, symbolizing community, but community of a most reactionary sort. Under conditions of mass unemployment, the collapse of spatial barriers, and the subsequent vulnerability of place and community to space and capital, it was all too easy to play upon sentiments of the most fanatical localism and nationalism. I am not even indirectly blaming SID or his ideas for this history. But I do think it important to recognize the potential connection between projects to shape space and encourage spatial practices of the sort that SID advocated, and political projects that can be at best conserving and at worst downright reactionary in their implications. These were, after all, the sorts of sentiments of place, being, and community that brought Heidegger into the embrace of National Socialism. Otto Wagner, a contemporary of SID's, accepted the universality of modernity with much more élan. Building his ideas upon the motto "necessity is art's only mistress," he set out to impose order upon chaos, to rationalize the organization of movement on the basis of efficiency, economy, and the facilitation of the pursuit of business. But he too had to appeal to some kind of dominant aesthetic sense in order to surmount the painful uncertainty that arose in a fast. 278 The experience of space and time moving world of time and motion. That uncertainty could be overcome only by a clean break with the past, taking to the image of the machine as the ultimate form of efficient rationality, and exploring every nook and cranny of modern techniques and materials. Wagner was, in short, a late 19th century pioneer of the heroic forms of modernism that became fashionable in the 1920s with Le Corbusier, Gropius, Mies van der Rohe, and the like. These two lines, internationalist and localized, of coping with the phenomena of time-space compression collided violently in the global war of 1914-18. How that war was actually triggered rather than contained is of interest precisely because it illustrates how conditions of time-space compression, in the absence of a proper means for their representation, make national lines of conduct impossible to determine, let alone follow. The new systems of transportation and communication, Kern notes, tightened the skein of internationalism and facilitated international cooperation at the same time as they divided nations as they all grabbed for empire and clashed in a series of crises. It is, he suggests, one of the great ironies of the period that a world war became possible only after the world had become so highly united. Even more disturbing is his account of the July crisis that led into war. In the summer of 1914, the men in power lost their bearings in the hectic rush paced by flurries of telegrams, telephone conversations, memos, and press releases. Hard-boiled politicians broke down and seasoned negotiators cracked under the pressure of tense confrontations and sleepless nights, agonizing over the probable disastrous consequence of their snap judgments and hasty actions. Newspapers fed popular anger, swift military mobilizations were set in motion, thus contributing to the frenzy of diplomatic activity that broke down simply because enough decisions could not be made fast enough in enough locations to bring the warlike stresses under collective control. Global war was the result. It seemed, to both Gertrude Stein and Picasso, a Cubist war, and was fought on so many fronts and in so many spaces that the denotation appears reasonable even on a global scale. It is hard, even in retrospect, to assess the impact of that event on thinking about space and time. Some credence must be given to Kern's judgment that in 4 years the belief in evolution, progress and history itself was wiped out as the war ripped up the historical fabric and cut everyone off from the past suddenly and irretrievably. The breakdown echoed the stresses of 1848 almost exactly and shook up perceptions of space and time. 279. Taylor's account of what happened to the German artist Beckmann is instructive here. Before the war, Beckmann had defended a sensuous, painterly style of rounded volumes and rich gradations of space. Then, in the war itself, his style changed completely. Beckmann is billeted near the front line in some of the fiercest fighting of the war, but continues to draw and paint the harrowing experiences around him with almost compulsive interest. His allegorical style falls away, to be replaced by a more shallow, splintered and crowded manner. He writes late in 1914 of the fascinated horror he was developing for space, distance, infinity. By 1915 he speaks of this infinite space, the foreground of which one must even fill again with some sort of rubbish, so that one will not see its terrible depth. Thus, to cover up to some extent that dark black hole, Beckmann then suffered a breakdown, after which his art soon took on an almost unimaginably strange dimension. Quasi-mystical works of transcendent generality which responded to no actual events. But there was also something quite consistent with the modernist impulse in creating and exploring such a radical break with the past. The advent of the Russian Revolution allowed some, at least, to see rupture as an opportunity for progression and new creation. Unfortunately, the socialist movement itself divided, internalizing the tension between international and national aims. The very advent of revolution, however, allowed the overwhelmingly nationalist strains of the Second International to be challenged by a new sense of connection between the aims of modernism and those of socialist revolution and internationalism. Heroic modernism after 1920 can then be interpreted as a dogged fight of the universalist against localist sensibility within the arena of cultural production. The heroism derived from the extraordinary intellectual and artistic attempt to come to terms with and dominate the crisis in the experience of space and time that had built up before the First World War, and to fight off the nationalist and geopolitical sentiments the war expressed. The heroic modernists sought to show how the accelerations, fragmentations, and imploding centralization could be represented and thereby contained. 280. The experience of space and time within a singular image. They sought to show how localism and nationalism could be overcome and how some sense of a global project to advance human welfare could be restored. This entailed a definite change of stance with respect to space and time. The shift that occurred in Kandinsky's painting style between 1914 and 1930 is illustrative. Before the war, Kandinsky is painting extraordinary canvases in which violent swirls of brilliant color seem to implode simultaneously upon the canvas and explode beyond the edges of a frame that seems powerless to contain them. 10 years later we find Kandinsky at the Bauhaus painting controlled pictures of spaces neatly organized within a secure frame, in some cases clearly taking the form of diagrammed city plans viewed from a perspective high above the earth. If modernism meant, among other things, the subjugation of space to human purposes, then the rational ordering and control of space as part and parcel of a modern culture founded on rationality and technique, the suppression of spatial barriers and difference, had to be merged with some kind of historical project. Picasso's evolution is also instructive. Abandoning Cubism after the Cubist War, he turned to Classicism for a brief period after 1919, probably out of some search to rediscover humanist values. But he returns shortly thereafter to his explorations of interior spaces through their total pulverization, only to recoup the destruction in a creative masterpiece, Guernica, in which the modernist style is used as a flexible instrument for the connection of multiple temporal and spatial viewpoints within the scope of the rhetorically powerful image. Enlightenment thinkers had postulated human welfare as their goal. That objective was never far from the surface of the rhetoric of interwar modernism. The problem was to find practical circumstances and the financial resources to realize such goals. The Russians, obviously attracted to the modernist ethos of a radical break with the past for ideological reasons, provided a space within which a whole set of experiments, Russian formalism and constructivism being by far the most important, could unfold, and out of which came wide-ranging initiatives in cinema, painting, literature, and music as well as architecture. But the breathing space for such experimentation was relatively short, and the resources were hardly munificent, even for those most committed to the cause of the revolution. On the other hand, this connection between socialism and modernism, however slender, placed a cloud over modernism's reputation in the capitalist West, where the turn to surrealism did not help matters. In societies where the accumulation of capital, that historical mission of the bourgeoisie as Marx called it, remained the effective pivot of action, there was only place for machine-style modernism of the Bauhaus sort. Modernism's travails were also internal. To begin with, it could never escape the problem of its own aesthetic as a spatialization of sorts. However flexible Otto Wagner's or Le Corbusier's plans were in their capacity to absorb future developments and expansions, they necessarily fixed space in the midst of a historical process that was highly dynamic. How to contain flowing and expanding processes in a fixed spatial frame of power relations, infrastructures, and the like could not easily be resolved. The result was a social system that was all too prone to creative destruction of the sort that unfolded mercilessly after the capitalist crash of 1929. As spatializations, the artifacts produced by the moderns conveyed some permanent if not monumental sense of supposedly universal human values. But even Le Corbusier recognized that such an 282 the experience of space and time. IIP registered, M. Plate 3.12. After the trauma of World War I, Kandinsky shifts to a much more controlled and rationalized imagery of spatial organization, as in Les Deux of 1924, which hears more than a casual resemblance to a stylized urban map. Act had to invoke the power of myth. And here the real tragedy of modernism begins. Because it was not the myths favored by Le Corbusier or Otto Wagner or Walter Gropius that in the end dominated matters. It was either the worship of Mammon or, worse still, the myth stirred up by an aestheticized politics that called the tune. Le Corbusier flirted with Mussolini and compromised with Pétain's France. Oscar Niemeyer planned Brasilia for a populist president but built it for ruthless generals. The insights of the Bauhaus were mobilized into the design of the death camps, and the rule that form follows profit as well as function dominated everywhere. It was, in the end, the aestheticizations of politics and the power of money capital that triumphed over an aesthetic movement that had shown how time-space compression could be controlled and responded to rationally. Its insights, tragically, were absorbed for purposes that were not, by and large, its own. The trauma of World War II showed, if further proof were needed of such a proposition, that it was all too easy for Hegel's spatializations to subvert the Enlightenment's historical project. Geopolitical and 283. Aesthetic interventions always seem to imply nationalist, and hence unavoidably reactionary, politics. The opposition between being and becoming has been central to modernism's history. That opposition has to be seen in political terms as a tension between the sense of time and the focus of space. After 1848, modernism as a cultural movement struggled with that opposition, often in creative ways. The struggle was warped in all sorts of respects by the overwhelming power of money, profit, capital accumulation, and state power as frames of reference within which all forms of cultural practice had to unfold. Even under conditions of widespread class revolt, the dialectic of being and becoming has posed seemingly intractable problems. Above all, the changing meaning of space and time which capitalism has itself wrought, has forced perpetual re-evaluations in representations of the world in cultural life. It was only in an era of speculation on the future and fictitious capital formation that the concept of an avant-garde could make any sense. The changing experience of space and time had much to do with the birth of modernism and its confused wanderings from this to that side of the spatial-temporal relation. If this is indeed the case, then the proposition that postmodernism is some kind of response to a new set of experiences of space and time, a new round of time-space compression, is well worth exploring. 16. Time-space compression and the postmodern condition. How have the uses and meanings of space and time shifted with the transition from Fordism to flexible accumulation? I want to suggest that we have been experiencing, these last 2 decades, an intense phase of time-space compression that has had a disorienting and disruptive impact upon political economic practices, the balance of one-class power, as well as upon cultural and social life. While historical analogies are always dangerous, I think it no accident that postmodern sensibility evidences strong sympathies for certain of the confused political, cultural, and philosophical movements that occurred at the beginning of the century when the sense of time-space compression was also peculiarly strong. I also note the revival of interest in geopolitical theory since around 1970, the aesthetics of place, and a revived willingness to open the problem of spatiality to a general reconsideration. The transition to flexible accumulation was in part accomplished, through the rapid deployment of new organizational forms and new technologies in production. Though the latter may have originated in the pursuit of military superiority, their application had everything to do with bypassing the rigidities of Fordism and accelerating turnover time as a solution to the grumbling problems of Fordism Keynesianism that erupted into open crisis in 1973. Speed up was achieved in production by organizational shifts towards vertical disintegration, subcontracting, outsourcing, etc. That reversed the Fordist tendency towards vertical integration and produced an increasing roundaboutness in production even in the face of increasing financial centralization. Other organizational shifts such as the just-in-time delivery system that reduces stock inventories when coupled with the new technologies of electronic control, small batch production, etc., all reduced turnover times in many sectors of production. For the laborers, this all implied an intensification in labor processes and an acceleration in the deskilling and reskilling required to meet new labor needs. Accelerating turnover time in production entails parallel accelerations in exchange and consumption. Improved systems of communication and information flow, coupled with rationalizations in techniques of distribution, made it possible to circulate commodities through the market system with greater speed. Electronic banking and plastic money were some of the innovations that improved the speed of the inverse flow of money. Financial services and markets likewise speeded up, so as to make, as the saying has it, 24 hours a very long time in global stock markets. Of the many developments in the arena of consumption, 2 stand out as being of particular importance. The mobilization of fashion in mass markets provided a means to accelerate the pace of consumption not only in clothing, ornament, and decoration but also across a wide swathe of lifestyles and recreational activities. A second trend was a shift away from the consumption of goods and into the consumption of services, not only personal, business, educational, and health services, but also into entertainments, spectacles, happenings, and distractions. The lifetime of such services, though hard to estimate, is far shorter than that of an automobile or washing machine. If there are limits to the accumulation and turnover of physical goods, then it makes sense for capitalists to turn to the provision of very ephemeral services in consumption. This quest may lie at the root of the rapid capitalist penetration, noted by Mondale and Jameson, of many sectors of cultural production from the mid-1960s onwards. Of the innumerable consequences that have flowed from this general speed up in the turnover times of capital, I shall focus on those that have particular bearing on postmodern ways of thinking, feeling, and doing. The first major consequence has been to accentuate volatility and ephemerality of fashions, products, production techniques, labor processes, ideas and ideologies, values, and established practices. The sense that all that is solid melts into air has rarely been more. 286. The experience of space and time pervasive. The effect of this on labor markets and skills has already been considered. My interest here is to look at the more general society-wide effects. In the realm of commodity production, the primary effect has been to emphasize the values and virtues of instantaneity and of disposability. The dynamics of a throwaway society, as writers like Alvin Toffler dubbed it, began to become evident during the 1960s. It meant more than just throwing away produced goods, but also being able to throw away values, lifestyles, stable relationships and attachments to things, buildings, places, people, and received ways of doing and being. These were the immediate and tangible ways in which the accelerative thrust in the larger society crashed up against the ordinary daily experience of the individual. Through such mechanisms, individuals were forced to cope with disposability, novelty, and the prospects for instant obsolescence. Compared to the life in a less rapidly changing society, more situations now flow through the channel in any given interval of time, and this implies profound changes in human psychology. This transience, Toffler goes on to suggest, creates a temporariness in the structure of both public and personal value systems, which in turn provides a context for the crack-up of consensus and the diversification of values within a fragmenting society. The bombardment of stimuli, simply on the commodity front, creates problems of sensory overload that makes Simmel's dissection of the problems of modernist urban living at the turn of the century seem to pale into insignificance by comparison. Yet, precisely because of the relative qualities of the shift, the psychological responses exist roughly within the range of those which Simmel identified: the blocking out of sensory stimuli, denial and cultivation of the blasé attitude, myopic specialization, reversion to images of a lost past, and excessive simplification. In this regard, it is instructive to see how Toffler, at a much later moment of time-space compression, echoes the thinking of Simmel, whose ideas were shaped at a moment of similar trauma more than 70 years before. The volatility, of course, makes it extremely difficult to engage in any long-term planning. Indeed, learning to play the volatility right is now just as important as accelerating turnover time. This means either being highly adaptable and fast-moving in response to market shifts, or masterminding the volatility. The first strategy points mainly towards short-term rather than long-term planning, and cultivating the art of taking short-term gains wherever they are to be had. This has been a notorious feature of U.S. management in recent times. The average tenure of company executive officers has come down to 5 years, and companies nominally involved in production frequently seek short-term gains through mergers, acquisitions, or operations in financial and currency markets. The tension of managerial performance in such an environment is considerable, producing all kinds of side effects, such as the so-called yuppie flu or the frenzied lifestyle of financial operators whose addiction to work, long hours, and the rush of power makes them excellent candidates for the kind of schizophrenic mentality that Jameson depicts. Mastering or intervening actively in the production of volatility, on the other hand, entails manipulation of taste and opinion, either through being a fashion leader or by so saturating the market with images as to shape the volatility to particular ends. This means, in either case, the construction of new sign systems and imagery, which is itself an important aspect of the postmodern condition, one that needs to be considered from several different angles. To begin with, advertising and media images have come to play a very much more integrative role in cultural practices and now assume a much greater importance in the growth dynamics of capitalism. Advertising, moreover, is no longer built around the idea of informing or promoting in the ordinary sense, but is increasingly geared to manipulating desires and tastes through images that may or may not have anything to do with the product to be sold. If we stripped modern advertising of direct reference to the three themes of money, sex, and power, there would be very little left. Furthermore, images have, in a sense, themselves become commodities. This phenomenon has led Baudrillard to argue that Marx's analysis of commodity production is outdated because capitalism is now predominantly concerned with the production of signs, images, and sign systems rather than with commodities themselves. The transition he points to is important, though there are in fact no serious difficulties in extending Marx's theory of commodity production to cope with it. To be sure, the systems of production and marketing of images do exhibit some special features that need to be taken into account. The consumer turnover time of certain images can be very short indeed. Many images can also be mass-marketed instantaneously over space. Given the pressures to accelerate turnover time, the commodification of images of the most ephemeral sort would seem to be a godsend from the standpoint of capital accumulation, particularly when other paths to relieve over-accumulation seem blocked. Ephemerality and instantaneous communicability over space then become virtues to be explored and appropriated by capitalists for their own purposes. But images have to perform other functions. Corporations, governments, political and intellectual leaders, all value a stable image as part of their aura of authority and power. The mediatization of politics has now become all-pervasive. This becomes, in effect, the fleeting, superficial, and illusory means whereby an individualistic society of transients sets forth its nostalgia for common values. The production and marketing of such images of permanence and power require considerable sophistication, because the continuity and stability of the image have to be retained while stressing the adaptability, flexibility, and dynamism of whoever or whatever is being imaged. Moreover, image becomes all-important in competition, not only through name brand recognition but also because of various associations of respectability, quality, prestige, reliability, and innovation. Competition in the image-building trade becomes a vital aspect of inter-firm competition. Success is so plainly profitable that investment in image building becomes as important as investment in new plant and machinery. The image serves to establish an identity in the marketplace. This is also true in labor markets. The acquisition of an image becomes a singularly important element in the presentation of self in labor markets and, by extension, becomes integral to the quest for individual identity, self-realization, and meaning. Amusing yet sad signals of this sort of quest abound. A California firm manufactures imitation car telephones, indistinguishable from the real ones, and they sell like hotcakes to a populace desperate to acquire such a symbol of importance. Personal image consultants have become big business in New York City, the International Herald Tribune has reported, as 1 million or so people a year in the city region sign up for courses with firms called image assemblers, image builders, image crafters, and image creators. People make up their minds about you in around 1/10 of a second these days, says one image consultant. Fake it till you make it, is the slogan of another. It has always been the case, of course, that symbols of wealth, status, fame, and power as well as of class have been important in bourgeois society, but probably nowhere near as widely in the past as now. The increasing material affluence generated during the post-war Fordist boom posed the problem of converting rising incomes into an effective demand that satisfied the rising aspirations of youth, women, and the working class. Given the ability to produce images as commodities more or less at will, it becomes feasible for accumulation to proceed at least in part on the basis of pure image production and marketing. The ephemerality of such images can then be interpreted in part as a struggle on the part of the oppressed groups of whatever sort to establish their own identity and the rush to convert those innovations to commercial advantage. The effect is to make it seem as if we are living in a world of ephemeral created images. The psychological impacts of sensory overload, of the sort that Simmel and Toffler identify, are thereby put to work with a redoubled effect. The materials to produce and reproduce such images, if they were not readily to hand, have themselves been the focus for innovation. The better the replication of the image, the greater the mass market for image making could become. This is in itself an important issue, and it brings us more explicitly to consider the role of the simulacrum in postmodernism. By simulacrum is meant a state of such near-perfect replication that the difference between the original and the copy becomes almost impossible to spot. The production of images as simulacra is relatively easy, given modern techniques. Insofar as identity is increasingly dependent upon images, this means that the serial and recursive replications of identities becomes a very real possibility and problem. We can certainly see it at work in the realm of politics as the image makers and the media assume a more powerful role in the shaping of political identities. But there are many more tangible realms where the simulacrum has a heightened role. With modern building materials it is possible to replicate ancient buildings with such exactitude that authenticity or origins can be put into doubt. The manufacture of antiques and other art objects becomes entirely possible, making the high-class forgery a serious problem in the art collection business. We not only possess, therefore, the capacity to pile images from the past or from other places eclectically and 290 the experience of space and time simultaneously upon the television screen, but even to transform those images into material simulacra in the form of built environments, events, and spectacles, and the like, which become in many respects indistinguishable from the originals. What happens to cultural forms when the imitations become real, and the real takes on many of the qualities of an imitation, is a question to which we shall return. The organization and conditions of labor prevailing within what we might broadly refer to as the image production industry are also quite special. An industry of this sort has to rely, after all, upon the innovative powers of the direct producers. The latter have an insecure existence, tempered by very high rewards for the successful and at least a semblance of command over their own labor process and creative powers. The growth of cultural output has in fact been phenomenal. Taylor contrasts the art market condition in New York in 1945, when there were a handful of galleries and no more than a score of artists regularly exhibiting, and the 2,000 or so artists who practiced in or around Paris in the mid-19th century, with the 150,000 artists in the New York region who claim professional status, exhibiting at some 680 galleries, producing more than 15 million artworks in a decade. And this is only the tip of an iceberg of cultural production that encompasses local entertainers and graphic designers, street and pub musicians, photographers, as well as the more established and recognized schools for teaching art, music, drama, and the like. Dwarfing all of this, however, is what Daniel Bell calls the cultural mass, defined as not the creators of culture but the transmitters, those working in higher education, publishing, magazines, broadcast media, theater, and museums, who process and influence the reception of serious cultural products. It is in itself large enough to be a market for culture, purchase books, prints, and serious music recordings. And it is also the group which, as writers, magazine editors, movie makers, musicians, and so forth, produce the popular materials for the wider mass culture audience. This whole industry specializes in the acceleration of turnover time through the production and marketing of images. This is an industry where reputations are made and lost overnight, where big money talks in no uncertain terms, and where there is a ferment of intense, often individualized, creativity poured into the vast vat of serialized and recursive mass culture. It is the organizer of fads and 37 fashions, and, as such, it actively produces the very ephemerality that has always been fundamental to the experience of modernity. It becomes a social means to produce that sense of collapsing time horizons which it in turn so avidly feeds upon. The popularity of a work like Alvin Toffler's Future Shock lay precisely in its prescient appreciation of the speed with which the future has come to be discounted into the present. Out of that, also, comes a collapse of cultural distinctions between, say, science and regular fiction, as well as a merging of the cinema of distraction with the cinema of futuristic universes. We can link the schizophrenic dimension to postmodernity, which Jameson emphasizes, with accelerations in turnover times in production, exchange, and consumption that produce, as it were, the loss of a sense of the future except and insofar as the future can be discounted into the present. Volatility and ephemerality similarly make it hard to maintain any firm sense of continuity. Past experience gets compressed into some overwhelming present. Italo Calvino reports the effect on his own craft of novel writing this way. Long novels written today are perhaps a contradiction. The dimension of time had been shattered. We cannot live or think except in fragments of time, each of which goes off along its own trajectory and immediately disappears. We can rediscover the continuity of time only in the novels of that period when time no longer seemed stopped and did not yet seem to have exploded, a period that lasted no more than 100 years. Baudrillard, never afraid to exaggerate, considers the United States as a society so given over to speed, motion, cinematic images, and technological fixes as to have created a crisis of explanatory logic. It represents, he suggests, the triumph of effect over cause, of instantaneity over time as depth, the triumph of surface and of pure objectivization over the depth of desire. This, of course, is the kind of environment in which deconstructionism can flourish. If it is impossible to say anything of solidity and permanence in the midst of this ephemeral and fragmented world, then why not join in the game? Everything, from novel writing and philosophizing to the experience of laboring or making a home, has to face the challenge of accelerating turnover time and the rapid write-off of traditional and historically acquired values. The temporary contract in everything, as Lyotard remarks, then becomes the hallmark of postmodern living. 292 The experience of space and time, but, as so often happens, the plunge into the maelstrom of ephemerality has provoked an explosion of opposed sentiments and tendencies. To begin with, all sorts of technical means arise to guard against future shocks. Firms subcontract or resort to flexible hiring practices to discount the potential unemployment costs of future market shifts. Futures markets in everything, from corn and pork bellies to currencies and government debt, coupled with the securitization of all kinds of temporary and floating debts, illustrate techniques for discounting the future into the present. Insurance hedges of all kinds against future volatility become much more widely available. Deeper questions of meaning and interpretation also arise. The greater the ephemerality, the more pressing the need to discover or manufacture some kind of eternal truth that might lie therein. The religious revival that has become much stronger since the late 60s, and the search for authenticity and authority in politics are cases in point. The revival of interest in basic institutions, and the search for historical roots are all signs of a search for more secure moorings and longer-lasting values in a shifting world. Rokeberg Halton, in a sample study of North Chicago residents in 1977, finds, for example, that the objects actually valued in the home were not the pecuniary trophies of a materialist culture which acted as reliable indices of one's socio-economic class, age, gender, and so on, but the artifacts that embodied ties to loved ones and kin, valued experiences and activities, and memories of significant life events and people. Photographs, particular objects and events become the focus of a contemplative memory, and hence a generator of a sense of self that lies outside the sensory overloading of consumerist culture and fashion. The home becomes a private museum to guard against the ravages of time-space compression. At the very time, furthermore, that postmodernism proclaims the death of the author and the rise of anti-erratic art in the public realm, the art market becomes ever more conscious of the monopoly power of the artist's signature and of questions of authenticity and forgery. It is, perhaps, appropriate that the postmodernist developer building, as solid as the pink granite of Philip Johnson's @&T building, should be debt-financed, built on the basis of fictitious capital, and architecturally conceived of, at least on the outside, more in the spirit of fiction than of function. The spatial adjustments have been no less dramatic. The satellite communications systems deployed since the early 1970s have rendered the unit cost and time of communication invariant with respect to distance. It costs the same to communicate over 500 miles as it does over 5,000 via satellite. Air freight rates on commodities have likewise come down dramatically, while containerization has reduced the cost of bulk sea and road transport. It is now possible for a large multinational corporation like Texas Instruments to operate plants with simultaneous decision-making with respect to financial, market, input costs, quality control, and labor process conditions in more than 50 different locations across the globe. Mass television ownership coupled with satellite communication makes it possible to experience a rush of images from different spaces almost simultaneously, collapsing the world's spaces into a series of images on a television screen. The whole world can watch the Olympic Games, the World Cup, the fall of a dictator, a political summit, a deadly tragedy. While mass tourism, films made in spectacular locations, make a wide range of simulated or vicarious experiences of what the world contains available to many people. The image of places and spaces becomes as open to production and ephemeral use as any other. We have, in short, witnessed another fierce round in that process of annihilation of space through time that has always lain at the center of capitalism's dynamic. Marshall McLuhan described how he thought the global village had now become a communications reality in the mid-1960s. After 3,000 years of explosion, by means of fragmentary and mechanical technologies, the Western world is imploding. During the mechanical ages we had extended our bodies in space. Today, after more than a century of electronic technology, we have extended our central nervous system itself in a global embrace, abolishing both space and time as far as our planet is concerned. In recent years a whole spate of writing has taken this idea on board and tried to explore, as for example Virilio does in his Esthétique de la Disparition, the cultural consequences of the supposed disappearance of time and space as materialized and tangible dimensions to social life. But the collapse of spatial barriers does not mean that the significance of space is decreasing. Not for the first time in capitalism's history, we find the evidence pointing to the converse thesis. Heightened competition under conditions of crisis has coerced capitalists. 294 The experience of space and time into paying much closer attention to relative locational advantages, precisely because diminishing spatial barriers give capitalists the power to exploit minute spatial differentiations to good effect. Small differences in what the space contains in the way of labor supplies, resources, infrastructures, and the like become of increased significance. Superior command over space becomes an even more important weapon in class struggle. It becomes one of the means to enforce speed up and the redefinition of skills on recalcitrant workforces. Geographical mobility and decentralization are used against a union power which traditionally concentrated in the factories of mass production. Capital flight, deindustrialization of some regions, and the industrialization of others, the destruction of traditional working-class communities as power bases in class struggle, become leitmotifs of spatial transformation under more flexible conditions of accumulation. As spatial barriers diminish, so we become much more sensitized to what the world's spaces contain. Flexible accumulation typically exploits a wide range of seemingly contingent geographical circumstances, and reconstitutes them as structured internal elements of its own encompassing logic. For example, geographical differentiations in the mode and strengths of labor control together with variations in the quality as well as the quantity of labor power assume a much greater significance in corporate locational strategies. New industrial ensembles arise, sometimes out of almost nothing but more often on the basis of some pre-existing mix of skills and resources. The Third Italy builds upon a peculiar mix of cooperative entrepreneurialism, artisan labor, and local communist administrations anxious to generate employment, and inserts its clothing products with incredible success into a highly competitive world economy. Flanders attracts outside capital on the basis of a dispersed, flexible, and reasonably skilled labor supply with a deep hostility to unionism and socialism. Los Angeles imports the highly successful patriarchal labor systems of Southeast Asia through mass immigration, while the celebrated paternalistic labor control system of the Japanese and Taiwanese is imported into California and South Wales. The story in each case is different, making it appear as if the uniqueness of this or that geographical circumstance matters more than ever before. Yet it does so, ironically, only because of the collapse of spatial barriers. While labor control is always central, there are many other aspects of geographical organization that have risen to a new prominence under conditions of more flexible accumulation. The need for accurate information and speedy communication has emphasized the role of so-called world cities in the financial and corporate system. The diminution of spatial barriers results in the reaffirmation and realignment of hierarchy within what is now a global urban system. The local availability of material resources of special qualities, or even at marginally lower costs, starts to be ever more important, as do local variations in market taste that are today more easily exploited under conditions of small batch production and flexible design. Local differences in entrepreneurial ability, venture capital, scientific and technical know-how, social attitudes, also enter in, while the local networks of influence and power, the accumulation strategies of local ruling elites also become more deeply implicated in the regime of flexible accumulation. But this then raises another dimension to the changing role of spatiality in contemporary society. If capitalists become increasingly sensitive to the spatially differentiated qualities of which the world's geography is composed, then it is possible for the peoples and powers that command those spaces to alter them in such a way as to be more rather than less attractive to highly mobile capital. Local ruling elites can, for example, implement strategies of local labor control, of skill enhancement, of infrastructural provision, of tax policy, state regulation, and so on, in order to attract development within their particular space. The qualities of place stand thereby to be emphasized in the midst of the increasing abstractions of space. The active production of places with special qualities becomes an important stake in spatial competition between localities, cities, regions, and nations. Corporatist forms of governance can flourish in such spaces, and themselves take on entrepreneurial roles in the production of favorable business climates and other special qualities. And it is in this context that we can better situate the striving, noted in Part I, for cities to forge a distinctive image and to create an atmosphere of place and tradition that will act as a lure to both capital and people of the right sort. Heightened interplace competition should lead to the production of more variegated spaces within the increasing homogeneity of international exchange. But to the degree that this competition opens up cities to systems of accumulation, it ends up producing what Boyer calls a recursive and serial monotony, producing from already known patterns or molds places almost identical in ambience from city to city, New York's South Street Seaport, Boston's Quincy Market, Baltimore's Harbor Place. We thus approach the central paradox, the less important the 296 the experience of space and time spatial barriers, the greater the sensitivity of capital to the variations of place within space, and the greater the incentive for places to be differentiated in ways attractive to capital. The result has been the production of fragmentation, insecurity, and ephemeral uneven development within a highly unified global space economy of capital flows. The historic tension within capitalism between centralization and decentralization is now being worked out in new ways. Extraordinary decentralization and proliferation of industrial production ends up putting Benetton or Laura Ashley products in almost every serially produced shopping mall in the advanced capitalist world. Plainly, the new round of time-space compression is fraught with as many dangers as it offers possibilities for survival of particular places or for a solution to the overaccumulation problem. The geography of devaluation through deindustrialization, rising local unemployment, fiscal retrenchment, write-offs of local assets, and the like, is indeed a sorry picture. But we can at least see its logic within the frame of the search for a solution to the overaccumulation problem through the push into flexible and more mobile systems of accumulation. But there are also a priori reasons to suspect that regions of maximum churning and fragmentation are also regions that seem best set to survive the traumas of devaluation in the long run. There is more than a hint that a little devaluation now is better than massive devaluation later in the scramble for local survival in the world of severely constrained opportunities for positive growth. Reindustrializing and restructuring cannot be accomplished without deindustrializing and devaluing first. None of these shifts in the experience of space and time would make the sense or have the impact they do without a radical shift in the manner in which value gets represented as money. Though long dominant, money has never been a clear or unambiguous representation of value, and on occasion it becomes so muddled as to become itself a major source of insecurity and uncertainty. Under the terms of the post-war settlement, the question of world money was put on a fairly stable basis. The US dollar became the medium of world trade, technically backed by a fixed convertibility into gold, and backed politically and economically by the overwhelming power of the US productive apparatus. The space of the US production system became, in effect, the guarantor of international value. But, as we have seen, one of the signals of the breakdown of the Fordist Keynesian system was the breakdown of the Bretton Woods Agreement, of convertibility of US dollars to gold, and the shift to a global system of floating exchange rates. The breakdown in part occurred because of the shifting dimensionalities of space and time generated out of capital accumulation. Rising indebtedness, and fiercer international competition from the reconstructed spaces of the world economy under conditions of growing accumulation, had much to do with undermining the power of the U.S. economy to operate as an exclusive guarantor of world money. The effects have been legion. The question of how value should now get represented, what form money should take, and the meaning that can be put upon the various forms of money available to us, has never been far from the surface of recent concerns. Since 1973, money has been dematerialized in the sense that it no longer has a formal or tangible link to precious metals, or for that matter to any other tangible commodity. Nor does it rely exclusively upon productive activity within a particular space. The world has come to rely, for the first time in its history, upon immaterial forms of money, i.e. money of account assessed quantitatively in numbers of some designated currency. Exchange rates between the different currencies of the world have also been extremely volatile. Fortunes could be lost or made simply by holding the right currency during the right phases. The question of which currency I hold is directly linked to which place I put my faith in. That may have something to do with the competitive economic position and power of different national systems. That power, given the flexibility of accumulation over space, is itself a rapidly shifting magnitude. The effect is to render the spaces that underpin the determination of value as unstable as value itself. This problem is compounded by the way that speculative shifts bypass actual economic power and performance, and then trigger self-fulfilling expectations. The delinking of the financial system from active production and from any material monetary base calls into question the reliability of the basic mechanism whereby value is supposed to be represented. These difficulties have been most powerfully present in the process of devaluation of money, the measure of value, through inflation. The steady inflation rates of the Fordist Keynesian era gave way from 1969 onwards, and then accelerated in all the major capitalist countries during the 1970s into double-digit rates. Worse still, inflation became highly unstable, between as well as within countries, leaving everyone in doubt as to what the true value of a particular money might be in the near future. 298 The experience of space and time money consequently became useless as a means of storing value for any length of time. Alternative means had to be found to store value effectively. And so began the vast inflation in certain kinds of asset prices, collectibles, art objects, antiques, houses, and the like. Buying a Degas or Van Gogh in 1973 would surely outstrip almost any other kind of investment in terms of capital gain. Indeed, it can be argued that the growth of the art market and the strong commercialization of cultural production since around 1970 have had a lot to do with the search to find alternative means to store value under conditions where the usual money forms were deficient. Commodity and general price inflation, though to some degree brought under control in the advanced capitalist countries during the 1980s, has by no means diminished as a problem. It is rampant in countries like Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, and Israel, and the prospect of generalized inflation looms in the advanced capitalist countries, where it is in any case arguable that the inflation of asset prices has taken over where commodity and labor market inflation left off in the early 1980s. The breakdown of money as a secure means of representing value has itself created a crisis of representation in advanced capitalism. It has also been reinforced by, and added its very considerable weight to, the problems of time-space compression which we earlier identified. The rapidity with which currency markets fluctuate across the world's spaces, the extraordinary power of money capital flow in what is now a global stock and financial market, and the volatility of what the purchasing power of money might represent, define, as it were, a high point of that highly problematic intersection of money, time, and space as interlocking elements of social power in the political economy of postmodernity. It is, furthermore, not hard to see how all of this might create a more general crisis of representation. The central value system, to which capitalism has always appealed to validate and gauge its actions, is dematerialized and shifting, time horizons are collapsing, and it is hard to tell exactly what space we are in when it comes to assessing causes and effects, meanings or values. The intriguing exhibition at the Pompidou Center in 1985 on the immaterial was perhaps a mirror image of the dissolution of the material Reaper 37. Centations of value under conditions of more flexible accumulation, and of the confusions as to what it might mean to say, with Paul Virilio, that time and space have disappeared as meaningful dimensions to human thought and action. There are, I would submit, more tangible and material ways than this to go about assessing the significance of space and time for the condition of postmodernity. It should be possible to consider how, for example, the changing experience of space, time, and money has formed a distinctive material basis for the rise of distinctive systems of interpretation and representation, as well as opening a path through which the aestheticization of politics might once more reassert itself. If we view culture as that complex of signs and significations that mesh into codes of transmission of social values and meanings, then we can at least begin upon the task of unraveling its complexities under present-day conditions by recognizing that money and commodities are themselves the primary bearers of cultural codes. Since money and commodities are entirely bound up with the circulation of capital, it follows that cultural forms are firmly rooted in the daily circulation process of capital. It is, therefore, with the daily experience of money and the commodity that we should begin, no matter if special commodities or even whole sign systems may be extracted from the common herd and made the basis of high culture or that specialized imaging which we have already had cause to comment upon. The annihilation of space through time has radically changed the commodity mix that enters into daily reproduction. Innumerable local food systems have been reorganized through their incorporation into global commodity exchange. French cheeses, for example, virtually unavailable except in a few gourmet stores in large cities in 1970, are now widely sold across the United States. And if this is thought a somewhat elite example, the case of beer consumption suggests that the internationalization of a product, that traditional location theory always taught should be highly market-oriented, is now complete. Baltimore was essentially a one-beer town in 1970, but first the regional beers from places like Milwaukee and Denver, and then Canadian and Mexican beers followed by European, Australian, Chinese, Polish, etc. beers became cheaper. Formerly exotic foods became commonplace while popular local delicacies that were once relatively inexpensive jumped in price as they too became integrated into long-distance trading. The marketplace has always been an emporium of styles, but the food market, just to take one example. 300 The experience of space and time now looks very different from what it was 20 years ago. Kenyan haricot beans, Californian celery and avocados, North African potatoes, Canadian apples and Chilean grapes all sit side by side in a British supermarket. This variety also makes for a proliferation of culinary styles, even among the relatively poor. Such styles have always migrated, of course, usually following the migration streams of different groups before diffusing slowly through urban cultures. The new waves of immigrants make a typical United States city such as New York, Los Angeles, or San Francisco as much an emporium of culinary styles as it is an emporium of the world's commodities. But here, too, there has been an acceleration, because culinary styles have moved faster than the immigration streams. It did not take a large French immigration to the United States to send the croissant rapidly spreading across America to challenge the traditional donut, nor did it take a large immigration of Americans to Europe to bring fast food hamburgers to nearly all medium-sized European cities. Chinese takeaways, Italian pizza parlors, Middle Eastern falafel stalls, Japanese sushi bars. The list is now endless in the Western world. The whole world's cuisine is now assembled in one place in almost exactly the same way that the world's geographical complexity is nightly reduced to a series of images on a static television screen. This same phenomenon is exploited in entertainment palaces like Epcot and Disney World. It becomes possible, as the US commercials put it, to experience the old world for a day without actually having to go there. The general implication is that through the experience of everything from food, To culinary habits, music, television, entertainment, and cinema, it is now possible to experience the world's geography vicariously, as a simulacrum. The interweaving of simulacra in daily life brings together different worlds in the same space and time. But it does so in such a way as to conceal almost perfectly any trace of origin, of the labor processes that produce them, or of the social relations implicated in their production. The simulacra can in turn become the reality. Baudrillard in L'Amérique even goes so far, somewhat exaggeratedly in my view, to suggest that US reality is now constructed as a giant screen. The cinema is everywhere, most of all in the city, incessant and marvelous. 37. Film and scenario. Places portrayed in a certain way, particularly if they have the capacity to attract tourists, may begin to dress themselves up as the fantasy images prescribe. Medieval castles offer medieval weekends. Vicarious participation in these various worlds has real effects on the ways in which these worlds get ordered. Jenks proposes that the architect should be an active participant in this. Any middle-class urbanite in any large city from Tehran to Tokyo is bound to have a well-stocked, indeed overstocked image bank that is continually restuffed by travel and magazines. His musée imaginaire may mirror the potpourri of the producers, but it is nonetheless natural to his way of life. Barring some kind of totalitarian reduction in the heterogeneity of production and consumption, it seems to be desirable that architects learn to use this inevitable heterogeneity of languages. Besides, it is quite enjoyable. Why, if one can afford to live in different ages and cultures, restrict oneself to the present, the locale? Eclecticism is the natural evolution of a culture with choice. Much the same can be said of popular music styles. Commenting on how collage and eclecticism have recently come to dominate, Chambers goes on to show how oppositional and subcultural musics like reggae, Afro-American, and Afro-Hispanic have taken their place in the museum of fixed symbolic structures to form a flexible collage of the already seen, the already worn, the already played, the already heard. A strong sense of the other is replaced, he suggests, by a weak sense of the others. The loose hanging together of divergent street cultures in the fragmented spaces of the contemporary city re-emphasizes the contingent and accidental aspects of this otherness in daily life. This same sensibility exists in postmodern fiction. It is, says Mikhail, concerned with ontologies, with a potential as well as an actual plurality of universes, forming an eclectic and anarchic landscape of worlds in the plural. Dazed and distracted characters wander through these worlds without a clear sense of location, wondering, which world am I in and which of my personalities do I deploy? Our postmodern ontological landscape, suggests Mikhail, is unprecedented in human history, at least in the degree of its pluralism. Spaces of very different worlds seem to collapse upon each other, much as the world's commodities are assembled in the supermarket, and all manner of 302 The experience of space and time subcultures get juxtaposed in the contemporary city. Disruptive spatiality triumphs over the coherence of perspective and narrative in postmodern fiction, in exactly the same way that imported beers coexist with local brews, local employment collapses under the weight of foreign competition, and all the divergent spaces of the world are assembled nightly as a collage of images upon the television screen. There seem to be two divergent sociological effects of all of this in daily thought and action. The first suggests taking advantage of all of the divergent possibilities, much as Jenks recommends, and cultivating a whole series of simulacra as milieu of escape, fantasy, and distraction. All around us on advertisement hoardings, bookshelves, record covers, television screens, these miniature escape fantasies present themselves. This, it seems, is how we are destined to live, as split personalities in which the private life is disturbed by the promise of escape routes to another reality. From this standpoint, I think we have to accept Mikhail's argument that postmodern fiction is mimetic of something, much as I have argued that the emphasis upon ephemerality, collage, fragmentation, and dispersal in philosophical and social thought mimics the conditions of flexible accumulation. and it should not be surprising either to see how all of this fits in with the emergence since 1970 of a fragmented politics of divergent special and regional interest groups. But it is exactly at this point that we encounter the opposite reaction that can best be summed up as the search for personal or collective identity, the search for secure moorings in a shifting world. Place identity, in this collage of superimposed spatial images that implode in upon us, becomes an important issue, because everyone occupies a space of individuation, and how we individuate ourselves shapes identity. Furthermore, if no one knows their place in this shifting collage world, then how can a secure social order be fashioned or sustained? There are two elements within this problem that deserve close consideration. First, the capacity of most social movements to command place better than space puts a strong emphasis upon the potential connection between place and social identity. This is manifest in political action. The defensiveness of municipal socialism, the insistence on working-class community, the localization of the fight against capital, become central features of working-class struggle. 37. Within an overall patterning of uneven geographical development, the consequent dilemmas of socialist or working-class movements in the face of a universalizing capitalism are shared by other oppositional groups, racial minorities, colonized peoples, women, etc., who are relatively empowered to organize in place but disempowered when it comes to organizing over space. In clinging, often of necessity, to a place-bound identity, however, such oppositional movements become a part of the very fragmentation which a mobile capitalism and flexible accumulation can feed upon. Regional resistances, the struggle for local autonomy, place-bound organization, may be excellent bases for political action, but they cannot bear the burden of radical historical change alone. Think globally and act locally was the revolutionary slogan of the 1960s. It bears repeating. The assertion of any place-bound identity has to rest at some point on the motivational power of tradition. It is difficult, however, to maintain any sense of historical continuity in the face of all the flux and ephemerality of flexible accumulation. The irony is that tradition is now often preserved by being commodified and marketed as such. The search for roots ends up at worst being produced and marketed as an image, as a simulacrum or pastiche. The photograph, the document, the view, and the reproduction become history precisely because they are so overwhelmingly present. The problem, of course, is that none of these are immune from tampering or downright faking for present purposes. At best, historical tradition is reorganized as a museum culture, not necessarily of high modernist art, but of local history, of local production, of how things once upon a time were made, sold, consumed, and integrated into a long-lost and often romanticized daily life. Through the presentation of a partially illusory past it becomes possible to signify something of local identity and perhaps to do it profitably. The second reaction to the internationalism of modernism lies in the search to construct place and its meanings qualitatively. Capitalist hegemony over space puts the aesthetics of place very much back on the agenda. But this, as we have seen, meshes only too well with the idea of spatial differentiations as lures for a peripatetic capital that values the option of mobility very highly. Isn't this place better than that place, not only for the operations of capital but also for living in, consuming well, and feeling secure in a shifting world? The construction of such places, the fashioning of some localized aesthetic. 304 The experience of space and time image, allows the construction of some limited and limiting sense of identity in the midst of a collage of imploding spatialities. The tension in these oppositions is clear enough, but it is hard to appreciate their intellectual and political ramifications. Here, for example, is Foucault addressing the issue from his own perspective. Space is fundamental in any form of communal life. Space is fundamental in any exercise of power. I recall having been invited in 1966, by a group of architects, to do a study of space, of something that I called at the time heterotopias, those singular spaces to be found in some given social spaces whose functions are different or even the opposite of others. The architects worked on this, and at the end of the study someone spoke up, a Sartrean psychologist who firebombed me, saying that space is reactionary and capitalist but history and becoming are revolutionary. This absurd discourse was not at all unusual at the time. Today everyone would be convulsed with laughter at such a pronouncement, but not then. The proposition the Sartrean critic offers is, though crude and oppositional, nowhere near as laughable as Foucault avers. On the other hand, postmodernist sentiment definitely leans towards Foucault's position. Whereas modernism looked upon the spaces of the city, for example, as an epiphenomenon of social functions, postmodernism tends to disengage urban space from its dependence on functions, and to see it as an autonomous formal system incorporating rhetorical and artistic strategies, which are independent of any simple historical determinism. It is precisely this disengagement that permits Foucault to deploy spatial metaphors so extensively in his studies of power. Spatial imagery, liberated from its roots in any social determination, becomes a means to depict the forces of social determination. It is a short step, however, from Foucault's metaphors to reinforcement of a political ideology that sees place and being with all its associated aesthetic qualities as a proper basis for social action. Geopolitics and the Heideggerian trap come not too far behind. Jameson, for his part, views the spatial peculiarities of postmodernism as symptoms and expressions of a new and historically original dilemma, one that involves our insertion as individual subjects into a multidimensional set of radically discontinuous realities, whose frames range from the still surviving spaces of bourgeois private life all. 37. The way to the unimaginable disintegration of global capitalism itself. Not even Einsteinian relativity, or the multiple subjective worlds of the older modernists, is capable of giving any adequate figuration to this process, which in lived experience makes itself felt by the so-called death of the subject, or, more exactly, the fragmented and schizophrenic disintegration and dispersion of this last. And although you may not have realized it, I am talking about practical politics here, since the crisis of socialist internationalism, and the enormous strategic and tactical difficulties of coordinating local and grassroots or neighborhood political actions with national or international ones, such urgent political dilemmas are all immediately functions of the enormously complex new international space I have in mind. Jameson exaggerates somewhat with respect to the uniqueness and newness of this experience. Stressful though the current condition undoubtedly is, it is qualitatively similar to that which led to Renaissance and various modernist reconceptualizations of space and time. Nevertheless, the dilemmas which Jameson depicts are exact and capture the drift of postmodern sensibility as to the meaning of space in contemporary political and cultural as well as economic life. If, however, we have lost the modernist faith in becoming, as Foucault's Sartrean critic argued, is there any way out except via the reactionary politics of an aestheticized spatiality? Are we sadly destined to end up on the track that Sid began with, in his turn to Wagnerian mythology as support for his assertion of the primacy of place and community in a world of changing spaces? Worse still, if aesthetic production has now been so thoroughly commodified and thereby become really subsumed within a political economy of cultural production, how can we possibly stop that circle closing onto a produced, and hence all too easily manipulated, aestheticization of a globally mediatized politics? This should alert us to the acute geopolitical dangers that attach to the rapidity of time-space compression in recent years. The transition from Fordism to flexible accumulation, such as it has been, ought to imply a transition in our mental maps, political attitudes, and political institutions. But political thinking does not necessarily undergo such easy transformations, and is in any case subject to the contradictory pressures that derive from spatial integration and differentiation. There is an omnipresent danger that our mental maps will not match current realities. The serious diminution of the power of individual nation-states over fiscal and monetary policies, for example, has not been matched by any parallel shift towards an international ization of politics. Indeed, there are abundant signs that localism and nationalism have become stronger precisely because of the quest for the security that place always offers in the midst of all the shifting that flexible accumulation implies. The resurgence of geopolitics and of faith in charismatic politics fits only too well with a world that is increasingly nourished intellectually and politically by a vast flux of ephemeral images. Time-space compression always exacts its toll on our capacity to grapple with the realities unfolding around us. Under stress, for example, it becomes harder and harder to react accurately to events. The erroneous identification of an Iranian Airbus, ascending within an established commercial flight corridor, with a fighter-bomber descending towards a targeted U.S. warship, an incident that resulted in many civilian deaths, is typical of the way that reality gets created rather than interpreted under conditions of stress and time-space compression. The parallel with Kern's account of the outbreak of World War I is instructive. If seasoned negotiators cracked under the pressure of tense confrontations and sleepless nights, agonizing over the probable disastrous consequences of their snap judgments and hasty actions, then how much more difficult must decision-making now be? The difference this time is that there is not even time to agonize. And the problems are not confined to the realms of political and military decision-making, for the world's financial markets are on the boil in ways that make a snap judgment here, an unconsidered word there, and a gut reaction somewhere else the slip that can unravel the whole skein of fictitious capital formation and of interdependency. The conditions of postmodern time-space compression exaggerate in many respects the dilemmas that have from time to time beset capitalist procedures of modernization in the past. While the economic, cultural, and political responses may not be exactly new, the range of those responses differs in certain important respects from those which have occurred before. The intensity of time-space compression in Western capitalism since the 1960s, with all of its congruent features of excessive ephemerality and fragmentation in the political and private as well as in the social realm, does seem to indicate an experiential context that makes the condition of postmodernity somewhat special. But by putting this condition into its historical context, as part of a history of successive waves of time-space compression generated out of the pressures of capital accumulation with its perpetual search to annihilate space. 37. Through time and reduced turnover time, we can at least pull the condition of postmodernity into the range of a condition accessible to historical materialist analysis and interpretation. How to interpret and react to it will be taken up in Part 4. 16. Time and space in the postmodern cinema. Postmodern cultural artifacts are, by virtue of the eclecticism of their conception and the anarchy of their subject matter, immensely varied. I think it useful, however, to illustrate how the themes of time-space compression that have been elaborated on here get represented in postmodern works. For this purpose I choose to look at the cinema, in part because this is an art form which arose in the context of the first great burst of cultural modernism, but also because, of all the art forms, it has perhaps the most robust capacity to handle intertwining themes of space and time in instructive ways. The serial use of images, and the ability to cut back and forth across space and time, free it from many of the normal constraints, even though it is, in the final analysis, a spectacle projected within an enclosed space on a depthless screen. The two films I shall consider are Blade Runner and Himmel über Berlin. Ridley Scott's Blade Runner is a popular science fiction movie, considered an excellent example of its genre by many, and a film that still circulates in the late-night cinemas of large metropolitan areas. It is a piece of pop art that nevertheless explores important themes. I am particularly indebted to Giuliano Bruno's perceptive analysis of its postmodern aesthetics. Wim Wenders's Wings of Desire, on the other hand, is a piece of highbrow cinema, very favorably received by the critics, but hard to grasp at first viewing. It is the kind of film that has to be worked at to be understood and appreciated. However, it explores similar themes to those set out in Blade Runner, though from a rather different perspective and in a very different style. Both films exemplify many of the characteristics of postmodernism, and in addition pay particular attention to the conceptualization and meanings of time and space. The story of Blade Runner concerns a small group of genetically Time and space in the postmodern cinema. 309 produced human beings, called replicants, 5 who return to face their makers. The film is set in Los Angeles in the year 2019 and hinges around the search of the Blade Runner 5 Deckard to uncover the presence of the replicants and to eliminate or retire 5 them as a serious danger to the social order. The replicants have been created for the specific purpose of working on highly skilled tasks in particularly difficult environments at the frontiers of space exploration. They are endowed with strengths, intelligence, and powers that are at the limit of, or even beyond that of, ordinary human beings. They are also endowed with feelings. Only in this way, it seems, can they adapt to the difficulty of their tasks in such a way as to make judgments consistent with human requirements. However, fearing that they might at some point pose a threat to the established order, their makers have given them a lifespan of only 4 years. If they escape control during these 4 years, they have to be retired. 5 But to retire them is both dangerous and difficult precisely because of their superior endowments. The replicants are, it should be noted, not mere imitations but totally authentic reproductions, indistinguishable in almost all respects from human beings. They are simulacra rather than robots. They have been designed as the ultimate form of short-term, highly skilled, and flexible labor power. But like all workers faced with the threat of a shortened working life, the replicants do not take kindly to the restrictions of their 4-year lifespan. Their purpose in returning to their makers is to try to find ways to prolong their life, by infiltrating to the heart of the productive apparatus that made them, and there persuading or forcing their makers to reprogram their genetic makeup. Their designer, Tyrell, points out to Roy, the leader of the replicants, who ultimately penetrates into his inner sanctum, that the replicants have more than adequate recompense for the brevity of their lifespan. They live, after all, with the most incredible intensity. Revel in it, 5 says Tyrell, a flame that burns twice as intensely, lives half as long. 5 The replicants exist, in short, in that schizophrenic rush of time that Jameson, Deleuze, and Guattari, and others see as so central to postmodern living. They also move across a breadth of space with a fluidity that gains them an immense fund of experience. Their persona matches in many respects the time and space of instantaneous global communications. In revolt against their conditions of slave labor and seeking to prolong their life. 310 The experience of space and time spans, 4 replicants fight and kill their way back into Los Angeles, where the Blade Runner Deckard, an expert in methods of detecting and retiring escaped replicants, is summoned to deal with them. Though tired of all the killing and violence, Deckard is forced out of retirement and given no option by the authorities except to undertake the task, on pain of his own reduction in status to that of little person. Both Deckard and the replicants, therefore, exist in a similar relation to the dominant social power in society. This relation defines a hidden bond of sympathy and understanding between the hunted and the hunter. During the film, Deckard's life is twice saved by a replicant, while he, in turn, saves the life of a 5th, a recently created and even more sophisticated replicant called Rachel, with whom Deckard eventually falls in love. The Los Angeles to which the replicants return is hardly a utopia. The flexibility of the replicants' capacity to labor in outer space is, as we have recently come to expect, matched in Los Angeles by a decrepit landscape of deindustrialization and post-industrial decay. Empty warehouses and abandoned industrial plant drip with leaking rain. Mist swirls, rubbish piles up, infrastructures are in a state of disintegration that makes the potholes and failing bridges of contemporary New York look mild by comparison. Punks and scavengers roam among the garbage, stealing whatever they can. J.F. Sebastian, one of the genetic designers who will eventually provide access to Tyrell for the replicants' lives alone in such an empty space, surrounding himself with a fantastic array of mechanical and talking toys and dolls for company. But above the scenes of street-level and interior chaos and decay, there soars a high-tech world of zooming transporters, of advertising, of familiar images of corporate power, and the massive pyramidal building of the Tyrell Corporation that dominates one part of the city. The Tyrell Corporation specializes in genetic engineering. Commerce, says Tyrrell, more human than human, that's our business. Opposed to these images of overwhelming corporate power, however, is another street-level scene of seething small-scale production. The city streets are full of all sorts of people. Chinese and Asiatics seem predominant, and it is the smiling face of a Japanese woman that advertises the Coca-Cola. A city-speak language has emerged, a hybrid of Japanese, German, Spanish, English, etc. Not only has the time and space in the postmodern cinema 311 Third World come to Los Angeles even more than at present, but signs of third world systems of labor organization and informal labor practices are everywhere. The scales for a genetically produced snake are produced in a tiny workshop, and human eyes are produced in another, indicating intricate relations of subcontracting between highly disaggregated firms as well as with the Tyrrell Corporation itself. The sense of the city at street level is chaotic in every respect. Architectural designs are a postmodern mishmash. The Tyrrell Corporation is housed in something that looks like a replica of an Egyptian pyramid. Greek and Roman columns mix in the streets with references to Mayan, Chinese, Oriental, Victorian and contemporary shopping mall architecture. Simulacra are everywhere. Genetically reproduced owls fly, and snakes slither across the shoulders of Zahra, a genetically reproduced replicant, as she performs in a cabaret that looks like a perfect 1920s imitation. The chaos of signs, of competing significations and messages, suggests a condition of fragmentation and uncertainty at street level that emphasizes many of those facets of postmodern aesthetics that were described in Part I. The aesthetic of Blade Runner, says Bruno, is the result of recycling, fusion of levels, discontinuous signifiers, explosion of boundaries, and erosion. Yet there is also an overwhelming sense of some hidden organizing power. The Tyrrell Corporation, the authorities who commissioned Deckard to his task without offering any choice, the rapid descent of the powers of law and order when necessary to establish street control. The chaos is tolerated, precisely because it seems so unthreatening to overall control. Images of creative destruction are everywhere. They are most powerfully present, of course, in the figure of the replicants themselves, created with marvelous powers only to be prematurely destroyed, and most certainly to be retired should they actually engage their own feelings and try to develop their own capacities in their own way. The images of decay everywhere in the landscape reinforce exactly that same structure of feeling. The sense of shattering and fragmentation in social life is highlighted in an incredible sequence in which Deckard pursues one of the women replicants, Zahra, through the crowded, incoherent, and labyrinth-like spaces of the city. Finally tracking her down in an arcade full of stores exhibiting their commodities, he shoots her in the back as she goes crashing through layer after layer of glass doors and windows, dying as she sends shards of glass flying in 1,000,001 directions in the final plunge through a huge window. The search for the replicants depends upon a certain technique of 312, the experience of space and time interrogation, which rests on the fact that they have no real history. They have, after all, been genetically created as full adults and lack the experience of human socialization. The key question that exposes one of the replicants, Leon, is "Tell me about your feelings around your mother." To which Leon replies, "Let me tell you about my mother," and shoots his interrogator dead. Rachel, the most sophisticated of the replicants, tries to convince Deckard of her authenticity as a person by producing a photograph of a mother and a little girl which she claims is her. The point here, as Bruno perceptively observes, is that photographs are now construed as evidence of a real history, no matter what the truth of that history may have been. The image is, in short, proof of the reality, and images can be constructed and manipulated. Deckard discovers a whole range of photographs in Leon's possession, presumably meant to document that he has a history too. And Rachel, seeing Deckard's photographs of his family, tries to integrate with them. She puts her hair in the style of the photographs, plays the piano as if in a picture, and acts as if she knows what home means. It is this willingness to search for identity, home, and history that ultimately leads to her reprieve from retirement. Deckard is certainly touched by it. but she can re-enter the symbolic realm of a truly human society only by acknowledging the overwhelming power of the Oedipal figure, the father. That is the only route she can take in order to be able to respond to the question, "Tell me about your mother." In submitting to Deckard, she learns the meaning of human love and the essence of ordinary sociality. In killing the replicant Leon as he is about to kill Deckard, she provides the ultimate evidence of the capacity to act as Deckard's woman. She escapes the schizoid world of replicant time and intensity to enter the symbolic world of Freud. I do not think Bruno is correct, however, when he contrasts Roy's with Rachel's fate as hinging upon Rachel's willingness to submit to the symbolic order and Roy's refusal so to do. Roy is programmed to die shortly, and no reprieve or salvation is possible. His demand to overcome all the waste of his own condition simply cannot be met. His anger, as well as that of the other replicants, is huge. Gaining access to Tyrell, Roy first kisses him before tearing out Tyrell's eyes and killing his maker. Bruno quite reasonably interprets time and space in the postmodern cinema 313 this as a reversal of the Oedipal myth and a clear sign that the replicants do not live within the frame of the Freudian symbolic order. This does not mean, however, that replicants have no human feelings. We have already seen something of Roy's capacity to feel, in his moving and deeply affectionate response to the death of the woman replicant shot down by Deckard in the midst of J.F. Sebastian's replicas. Roy's subsequent pursuit by Deckard, which quickly reverses into the hunted pursuing the hunter, culminates with Roy at the last minute rescuing Deckard from falling into the canyon of a street below. And it is almost exactly at that moment that Roy reaches his own programmed end. But before he dies, Roy recounts something of the wondrous events he has participated in and the sights he has seen. He voices his anger at his condition of enslavement, and the waste that allows all his incredible intensity of experience to be washed away in time like tears in rain. Deckard acknowledges the power of those aspirations. The replicants, he reflects, are just like most of us. They simply want to know where they have come from, where they are going to and how much time they've got. And it is with Rachel, who has not been programmed to die in the 4 years, that Deckard escapes, after the 4 other replicants are dead, into a natural landscape of forests and mountains where the sun, never seen in Los Angeles, shines. The replicant has become the simulacrum to such perfection that she and the human can set off into their own futures, though with both of them wondering how much time we've got. Blade Runner is a science fiction parable in which postmodernist themes, set in a context of flexible accumulation and time-space compression, are explored with all the imaginary power that the cinema can command. The conflict is between people living on different time scales, and seeing and experiencing the world very differently as a result. The replicants have no real history, but can perhaps manufacture one. History for everyone has become reduced to the evidence of the photograph. Though the socialization is still important to personal history, that too, as Rachel shows, can be replicated. The depressing side of the film is precisely that, in the end, the difference between the replicant and the human becomes so unrecognizable that they can indeed fall in love. The power of the simulacrum is everywhere. The strongest social bond between Deckard and the replicants in revolt, the fact that they are both controlled and enslaved by a dominant corporate power, never generates the slightest hint that a coalition of the oppressed might be forged between them. While Tyrell's eyes are indeed torn out during his killing, this is an individual rather. 314 The experience of space and time than a class act of rage. The finale of the film is a scene of sheer escapism that leaves unchanged the plight of replicants as well as the dismal conditions of the seething mass of humanity that inhabits the derelict streets of a decrepit, deindustrialized, and decaying postmodernist world. In Wings of Desire, we similarly encounter 2 groups of actors living on different time scales. Angels live in enduring and eternal time, and humans live in their own social time, and, of course, they each see the world very differently. The film articulates that same sense of fragmentation that suffuses Blade Runner, while the question of the relations between time, space, history, and place is directly rather than indirectly posed. The problem of image, particularly that implied by the photograph, versus the telling of a story in real time, is central to the construction of the film. The film begins with a fairy tale-like narration of what it was like when children were children. It was a time, we are told, when children thought everything was full of life and life was as one, when they had no opinion on anything, and when they were not even disturbed by photographs. Nevertheless, children ask important questions such as, why am I me and not you? Why am I here and not there, and, when did time begin and where does space end? These questions are repeated at several key points in the film, and frame the thematic material. Children, at various points in the film, look upwards or around them as if they are partially aware of the angel's presence in ways that the preoccupied and self-referential adults seem incapable of doing. The questions children ask are, of course, fundamental questions of identity, and the film explores two parallel tracks for defining answers. The place is Berlin. In a sense, it is a pity that Berlin disappears from the English title because the film is a wonderful and sensitive evocation of the sense of that place. We are quickly given to understand, however, that Berlin is one city among many in a global interactive space. Peter Falk, an instantly identifiable international media star, flies in by air. His thoughts go Tokyo, Kyoto, Paris, London, Trieste, Berlin, as he locates the place for which he is bound. Shots of airliners leaving or arriving punctuate the film at various key points. People think their thoughts in German, French, and English, with other languages occasionally used. Time and space in the postmodern cinema 315. References to the international space of the media are everywhere. Berlin is, evidently, just one place of many, and it exists in a cosmopolitan world of internationalism. Yet Berlin is still the distinctive place to be explored. A moment before we listen into Falk's thoughts, we overhear a young girl thinking about how to draw the space of home. The relation between space and place is early put straight onto the agenda. The first part of the film examines Berlin through the monochromatic eyes of a pair of angels. Outside the human time of becoming, they exist in the realm of pure spirit, in infinite and eternal time. They can also move effortlessly and instantaneously in space. For them, time and space just are, an infinite present in an infinite space which reduces the whole world to a monochromatic state. Everything seems to float in the same undifferentiated present, much as contemporary social life floats in the undifferentiated and homogenizing stream of international money. The angels cannot, however, get inside the problem of human decision-making. They cannot resonate with here and now precisely because they live in a world of always and forever. The picture of Berlin that emerges from their perspective is an extraordinary landscape of fragmented spaces and ephemeral incidents that has no binding logic. The opening shots take us from on high, down into the inner courtyards and divided spaces of 19th-century worker housing. From there we go into labyrinth-like interior spaces, listening in with the angels, to people's inner thoughts. Isolated spaces, isolated thoughts, and isolated individuals are all we can see. A youth in a room contemplates suicide over a lost love, while his father and mother think quite disparate thoughts about him. In the underground, on a bus, in cars, in an ambulance racing with a pregnant woman, on the street, on a bicycle, everything appears as fragmented and ephemeral, each incident recorded in the same monotone and monochrome as the other. Being outside human space and time, all the angels can do is to offer some spiritual comfort, try to soothe the fragmented and often shattered feelings of the individuals whose thoughts they monitor. They sometimes succeed, and just as often fail. As angels, one of them complains, we can never really participate, only pretend. This extraordinary evocation of an urban landscape, of alienated individuals in fragmented spaces caught in an ephemera of unpatterned incidents, has a powerful aesthetic effect. The images are stark, cold, but endowed with all of the beauty of old-style still. 316 The experience of space and time photography, though set in motion through the camera lens. It is a selective landscape that we see. The facts of production, and the necessary class relations that attach thereto, are noticeable by their absence. We are treated to a picture of the urban that is, in the fashion of postmodern sociology, entirely déclassé, much closer to Simmel than to Marx. Death, birth, anxiety, pleasure, loneliness are all aestheticized on the same plane, empty of any sense of class struggle or of ethical or moral commentary. The identity of this place called Berlin is constituted through this alien but quite beautiful imagery. The distinctive organization of space and time is, moreover, seen as the framework within which individual identities are forged. The image of divided spaces is particularly powerful, and they are superimposed upon each other in the fashion of montage and collage. The Berlin Wall is one such divide, and it is again and again evoked as a symbol of overarching division. Is this where space now ends? It is impossible to get lost in Berlin, someone says, because you can always find the wall. More fine-grained divisions exist, however. Germany, the driver of a car reflects as he tracks through street scenes that conjure up images of wartime destruction, has become fragmented to the point where every individual constitutes a mini-state, where each street has its barriers surrounded by a no-man's land through which one can pass only if one has the right password. Even access from any one individual to another demands payment of a toll. Not only may this extreme condition of alienated and isolated individualism be considered a good thing, but individuals may seek it out. Get a good costume, that's half the battle, says Falk, thinking about the part he is to play, and, in a wonderfully humorous scene, he tries on hat after hat in order, he says, to be able to pass unrecognized among the crowd and achieve the anonymity he desires. The hats he puts on turn into virtual masks of characters, in much the same way that Cindy Sherman photographs mask the person. This hat makes him look like Humphrey Bogart, this one is for going to the races, that one for going to the opera, and another is for getting married in. The act of masking and disguising connects with spatial fragmentation and alienated individualism. This landscape bears all the marks of high postmodernist art as Feel for One has recently described it. One is confronted not with a unified text, much less by the presence of a distinct personality and sensibility, but by a discontinuous terrain of heterogeneous discourses uttered by anonymous, unplaceable tongues. Time and space in the postmodern cinema 317 chaos different from that of the classic texts of high modernism precisely insofar as it is not recontained or recuperated within an overarching mythic framework. The quality of utterance is deadpan, indifferent, depersonalized, effaced, so as to cancel out the possibility of traditional audience participation. Only the angels have an overall view, and they, when they perch on high, hear only a babble of intersecting voices and whispers, and see nothing but a monochromatic world. How can some sense of identity be forged and sustained in such a world? Two spaces assume a peculiar significance in this regard. The library, a repository of historical knowledge and collective memory, is a space into which many are evidently drawn. An old man enters the library. He is to play an extremely important, though ambiguous role. He sees himself as the storyteller, the muse, the potential guardian of collective memory and history, the representative of every man. But he is disturbed at the thought that the tight circle of listeners who used to gather round him has been broken up and dispersed, he knows not where, as readers who do not communicate with each other. Even language, the meanings of words and sentences, he complains, seem to slip and slide into incoherent fragments. Forced now to live from day to day, he uses the library to try and recuperate a proper sense of the history of this distinctive place called Berlin. He wants to do it not from the standpoint of leaders and kings, but as a hymn of peace. The books and photographs, however, conjure up images of the death and destruction wrought in World War II, a trauma to which the film again and again makes reference, as if this was indeed when this time began and when the spaces of the city were shattered. The old man, surrounded by model globes in the library, spins a wheel, thinking that the whole world is disappearing in the dusk. He leaves the library and walks in search of the Potsdamer Platz, the heart of old Berlin, with its café Josti where he used to take coffee and a cigar and watch the crowd. Walking alongside the Berlin Wall, all he can find is an empty weed-strewn lot. Puzzled, he collapses into an abandoned armchair, insisting that his quest is neither hopeless nor unimportant. Even though he feels like a poet ignored and mocked on the edge of no man's land, he cannot give up, he says, because if mankind loses its storyteller then it loses its childhood. Even though the story may in parts be ugly, and he recalls how when flags appeared in the Potsdamer Platz the crowd turned unfriendly and the police brutish, it still has to be told. Besides, he feels personally protected, saved, he says, from present and future troubles by the 318 the experience of space and time tale. His search to reconstruct and tell this tale of salvation and protection is a subtle subplot throughout the film that assumes its importance only at the very end. But there is a second side where a fragile sense of identity prevails. The circus, a spectacle held together within the enclosed space of a tent, offers a venue of special interaction within which some kind of human relating can go on. It is within this space that the trapeze artist, Marion, acquires some sense of herself, a possibility of achieving and belonging. But the news that the circus is out of money and has to close shows immediately how ephemeral and contingent that identity is. The short-term contract prevails here too. Yet Marion, while plainly distressed at this news, insists she has a story, and that she is going to go on creating one, though not in the circus. She even imagines going into a photo automat and emerging with a new identity, taking up a job as waitress or whatever. Her own history, we are reminded as one of the angels watches her in her caravan, can in any case be collapsed into family photographs pinned to the wall, so why not build a new history with the aid of photographs? These fantasies are suffused, however, with a powerful aura of desire to become a whole rather than a fragmented and alienated person. She longs to be complete, but recognizes that this can come to be only through a relation with another. After the tent is down and the circus is gone, she stands alone on the empty site, feeling herself a person without roots, without history, or without country. Yet that very emptiness seems to hold out the possibility of some radical transformation. I can become the world, she says, as she watches a jet airliner cruise across the sky. One of the angels, Damiel, already chafing at his powerlessness to resonate with the here and now, is attracted by Marion's energy and beauty, particularly in the performance of her trapeze act. He becomes caught up in her inner longings to become rather than just to be. For the first time he gets a glimpse of what the world would look like in color, and he is increasingly drawn to the idea of entering the flow of human time, leaving behind the time of the spirit and of eternity. Two catalytic moments trigger his decision. She dreams of him as the resplendent other, and he sees himself reflected in her dream. Invisible still, he follows Marion into a nightclub and, as she dances dreamily by herself, he touches her thoughts. She responds with a sense of rapturous well-being, as if, she says, a hand is softly tightening within her body. The second catalytic moment is with Peter Falk, who, it later transpires, is an angel come to ground some time ago. He senses the presence of the invisible Damiel as he takes a time and space in the postmodern cinema 319. Cup of coffee at a street stall. I can't see you, but I know you're there, he says to a surprised Damiel, and then goes on to speak with warmth and humor of how good it is to live in the flow of human time, to feel material events, and take tangible account of the whole range of human sensations. Damiel's decision to come inside is taken in the no man's land between two lines of the Berlin Wall, patrolled by soldiers. Fortunately, his fellow angel has the power to place him on the western side. There Damiel wakes up to a world of rich and vibrant colors. He has to navigate the city in real physical terms, and in so doing experiences the exhilaration that comes with creating a spatial story simply by traversing the city, which then no longer seems as fragmented but which assumes a more coherent structure. This human sense of space and motion contrasts with that of angels, earlier depicted as a hyperspace of speeding flashes, each image like a cubist painting, suggesting a totally different mode of spatial experience. Damiel shifts from one mode to the other as he enters the flow of time. But he needs money, now, to survive. He borrows enough from a passerby to buy a cup of coffee and trades in a piece of ancient armor and emerges from the shop with a colorful set of clothes and a watch which he inspects with the greatest interest. He comes across the set where Peter Falk is filming, and here experiences a major check because the guard will not let him enter. Cursing the guard, he has to shout to Falk through a chain-link fence. Falk, who guesses immediately who he is, asks him, "How long?" Damiel replies, "Minutes, hours, days, weeks." Time, to which Falk immediately responds, with kind and gentle humor, "Here, let me give you some dollars." Damiel's entry into this human world is now firmly located within the coordinates of social space, social time, and the social power of money. The coming together of Damiel and Marion is clearly meant as the climactic point of the film. The two circle each other in the same nightclub she had been in before, watched tiredly by Damiel's earlier angel companion, before coming together in the bar close by. There they meet in an almost ritualistic way, she ready and determined to make her history, to supersede being with becoming, he determined to learn the meaning of the flow of human experience in space and time. In the lengthy monologue that follows, she insists on the seriousness of their common project even though the times themselves may not be serious. She insists on doing away with coincidence and contingency. The temporary contracts are over. She 320 The experience of space and time tries to define a way of coming together that has a universal meaning beyond this particular place and time. There may not be any destiny, she says, but there is certainly decision. And it is a decision in which all the people of the city, even of the world, can participate. She imagines a square full of people, and that she and Damiel are so full of that place that they can make a decision for all. It is a decision to forge a bond between a man and a woman around a common project of becoming, in which a woman can say "my man" in such a way as to open up a whole world to fresh insight and interpretation. It means entering the labyrinth of happiness through the transformation of desire into love, so that she can finally be truly alone with herself, because to be truly alone presupposes a wholeness that can come only through a non-contingent relation to another. It seems she now has answers to the compelling questions: why am I me and not you? Why am I here and not there, and where did time begin and where does space end? What is born of their coming together, reflects Damiel as he helps her to practice her trapeze act after their first night together, is not a child but an immortal image that all can share and live by. It is hard to prevent this ending slipping into banality. Are we to conclude, after all, that it is merely romantic love that makes the world go round? A charitable reading might be that we should not let our jaded experience of kitsch and pastiche stand in the way of liberating romantic desire and undertaking major projects. But the final shots are portentous indeed. The film switches back into the monochrome of enduring time. The old man, with whom we have lost all contact in the colored sequences of the film, shuffles towards the Berlin Wall, saying, "Who will look for me, their storyteller? They need me more than ever." The camera suddenly zooms past him and up into the clouds, as if taking off in flight. "We are on our way," says Marion. More is to follow, the final credit assures us. I read this second part of the film as an attempt to resurrect something of the modernist spirit of human communication, togetherness, and becoming, out of the ashes of a monochromatic and deadpan postmodernist landscape of feeling. Wenders is plainly mobilizing all his artistic and creative powers in a project of redemption. He proposes, in effect, a romantic myth that can redeem us from the formless universe of Conti-Genki. The fact that many angels, according to Falk, have chosen to come to Earth, suggests that it is better always to be inside than outside the flow of human time, that becoming always has the potential to break time and space in the postmodern cinema 321 with the stasis of being. Space and time are constituted in radically different ways in the two parts of the film, and the presence of color, creativity, and, we should not forget, money as a form of social bonding, provides the necessary framework within which some sense of common purpose can be found. Yet there are serious dilemmas to be resolved. Damiel has no history, and Marian is cut off from her roots, her history reduced to a set of photographs and a few other objects of memory of the sort that now constitute the sense of history both in the home and in the museum. Is it possible to set about the project of becoming ahistorically? The old man's persistent voice seems to question the viability of that. The sheer romanticism of the ending, he seems to say, has to be tempered by a real sense of history. Indeed, Marian's image of a whole Platz of people participating in their decision, raises the specter of when the Potsdamer Platz turned ugly as it filled with flags. Put more formally, there is a tension in the film between the power of spatial images and the power of the story. The old man is in many respects marginalized within the film, and complains explicitly at that very fact. Becoming, according to him, has to be more than creating just another set of depthless images. It has to be situated and understood historically. But that presupposes that history can be captured without the use of images. The old man leafs through a book of photographs, wanders into the Potsdamer Platz trying to reconstitute its sense of place from memory, and remembers it when it turned ugly, not conducive to that epoch of peace that he seeks. This dialogue between image and story provides an underlying dramatic tension in the film. Powerful images can both illuminate and obscure stories. In the film they overwhelm the verbal messages the old man tries to communicate. It is almost as if the film gets caught in the circularity of its own images. Within this tension lies the whole issue of how to handle the aesthetic qualities of space and time in a postmodern world of monochromatic fragmentation and ephemerality. Perhaps, says Marian, time itself is the sickness, leaving us to wonder, as in the final sequence of Blade Runner, how much time we've got. But whatever that may mean to the participants, the monochromatic landscape of eternal time and infinite but fragmented space plainly will not do. 322 The experience of space and time. It is both intriguing and interesting that two films otherwise so disparate should depict such similar conditions. I do not believe the similarity is accidental or contingent. It supports the idea that the experience of time-space compression in recent years, under the pressures of the turn to more flexible modes of accumulation, has generated a crisis of representation in cultural forms, and that this is a subject of intense aesthetic concern, either in toto or in part. Such cultural practices are important. If there is a crisis of representation of space and time, then new ways of thinking and feeling have to be created. Part of any trajectory out of the condition of postmodernity has to embrace exactly such a process. The distressing side of both films, in spite of the overt optimism of Wenders's ending, is the inability to go much further than romanticism as a solution to the conditions that both filmmakers so brilliantly portray. It seems as if the filmmakers are unable to break free from the power of the images they themselves create. Marian and Damiel seek an image to replace images, and seem to see that as an adequate conception of how to change the world. The turn in both cases to romanticism is, from this standpoint, dangerous precisely because it presages the continuation of a condition in which aesthetics predominates over ethics. The qualities of the romanticism on offer vary, of course. The tired machismo of Deckard and the submission of Rachel are entirely different from the meeting of minds and of souls in the case of Marian and Damiel. Yet even here there is a sense that Blade Runner speaks with a rather more authentic voice, because it is at least concerned with what nature of symbolic order we might be in. Wenders likewise evades the question of class relations and consciousness entirely by casting the social problem as the unmediated relationship between individuals and collectivity. While signs of objective class relations abound in Blade Runner, the participants in the action evidently see no purpose in relating to them even if they are, like Deckard, vaguely aware of their existence. Brilliant portrayals though both films are of the conditions of postmodernity, and in particular of the conflictual and confusing experience of space and time, neither has the power to overturn established ways of seeing or transcend the conflictual conditions of the moment. This must, in part, be attributed to the contradictions inherent in the cinematic form itself. Time and space in the postmodern cinema. 323. Cinema is, after all, the supreme maker and manipulator of images for commercial purposes, and the very act of using it well always entails reducing the complex stories of daily life to a sequence of images upon a depthless screen. The idea of a revolutionary cinema has always run aground on the rocks of exactly this difficulty. Nevertheless, the malaise lies rather deeper than that. Postmodern art forms and cultural artifacts by their very nature must self-consciously embrace the problem of image creation, and necessarily turn inwards upon themselves as a result. It then becomes difficult to escape being what is being imaged within the art form itself. Wenders, I think, really struggles with that problem, and the fact that he does not, in the end, succeed, is perhaps most clearly signaled in the final caption that more is to follow. Within these limits, however, the mimetic qualities of cinema of this sort are extraordinarily revealing. Both Wings of Desire and Blade Runner hold up to us, as in a mirror, many of the essential features of the condition of postmodernity. Part 4. The new value placed on the transitory, the elusive, and the ephemeral, the very celebration of dynamism, discloses a longing for an undefiled, immaculate, and stable present. Jürgen Habermas. The Enlightenment is dead, Marxism is dead, the working class movement is dead. And the author does not feel very well either. Neil Smith. 332. Postmodernity as a historical condition. Aesthetic and cultural practices are peculiarly susceptible to the changing experience of space and time precisely because they entail the construction of spatial representations and artifacts out of the flow of human experience. They always broker between being and becoming. It is possible to write the historical geography of the experience of space and time in social life, and to understand the transformations that both have undergone, by reference to material and social conditions. Part 3 proposed an historical sketch of how that might be done with respect to the post-Renaissance Western world. The dimensions of space and time have there been subject to the persistent pressure of capital circulation and accumulation, culminating in disconcerting and disruptive bouts of time-space compression. The aesthetic responses to conditions of time-space compression are important and have been so ever since the 18th century separation of scientific knowledge from moral judgment opened up a distinctive role for them. The confidence of an era can be assessed by the width of the gap between scientific and moral reasoning. In periods of confusion and uncertainty, the turn to aesthetics becomes more pronounced. Since phases of time-space compression are disruptive, we can expect the turn to aesthetics and to the forces of culture as both explanations and loci of active struggle to be particularly acute at such moments. Since crises of overaccumulation typically spark the search for spatial and temporal resolutions, which in turn create an overwhelming sense of time-space compression, we can also expect crises of overaccumulation to be followed by strong aesthetic movements. The crisis of overaccumulation that began in the late 1960s and 328, which came to a head in 1973, has generated exactly such a result. The experience of time and space has changed, the confidence in the association between scientific and moral judgments has collapsed, aesthetics has triumphed over ethics as a prime focus of social and intellectual concern, images dominate narratives, ephemerality and fragmentation take precedence over eternal truths and unified politics, and explanations have shifted from the realm of material and political economic groundings towards a consideration of autonomous cultural and political practices. The historical sketch I have here proposed suggests, however, that shifts of this sort are by no means new, and that the most recent version of it is certainly within the grasp of historical materialist inquiry, even capable of theorization by way of the meta-narrative of capitalist development that Marx proposed. Can be regarded, in short, as a historical geographical condition of a certain sort. But what sort of condition is it, and what should we make of it? Is it pathological or portentous of a deeper and even wider revolution in human affairs than those already wrought in the historical geography of capitalism? In this conclusion I sketch in some possible answers to those questions. 334. Economics with mirrors. Voodoo economics and economics with mirrors set George Bush and John Anderson respectively of Ronald Reagan's economic program to revive a flagging economy in the primary and presidential election campaigns of 1980. A sketch on the back of a napkin by a little-known economist called Laffer purported to show that tax cuts were bound to increase tax yields because they stimulated growth and, hence, the base upon which taxes were assessed. So was the economic policy of the Reagan years to be justified, a policy that indeed worked wonders with mirrors even if it brought the United States several steps closer to international bankruptcy and fiscal ruin. The strange and puzzling thing is that such a simplistic idea could gain the purchase it did and seem to work so well politically for so long. Even stranger is the fact that Reagan was re-elected when all the polls showed that the majority of the U.S. electorate disagreed fundamentally with him on almost all major issues of social, political, and even foreign policy. Strangest of all is how such a president could leave office riding so high on the wave of public affection, even though more than a dozen senior members of his administration had either been accused or been found guilty of serious infringement of legal procedures and blatant disregard for ethical principles. The triumph of aesthetics over ethics could not be plainer. Image building in politics is nothing new. Spectacle, pomp and circumstance, demeanor, charisma, patronage, and rhetoric have long been part of the aura of political power. And the degree to which these could be bought, produced, or otherwise acquired has also long been important to the maintenance of that power. But something has changed qualitatively about that in recent times. The mediatization of politics was given a new direction in the Kennedy. 330. Nixon television debate, in which the latter's loss of a presidential election was attributed by many to the untrustworthy look of his 5 o'clock shadow. The active use of public relations firms to shape and sell a political image quickly followed. The election of an ex-movie actor, Ronald Reagan, to one of the most powerful positions in the world put a new gloss on the possibilities of a mediatized politics shaped by images alone. His image, cultivated over many years of political practice, and then carefully mounted, crafted, and orchestrated with all the artifice that contemporary image production could command, as a tough but warm, avuncular, and well-meaning person who had an abiding faith in the greatness and goodness of America, built an aura of charismatic politics. Carey McWilliams, an experienced political commentator and longtime editor of The Nation, described it as "see the friendly face of fascism." The Teflon president, as he came to be known, could make mistake after mistake but never be called to account. His image could be deployed, unfailingly and instantaneously, to demolish any narrative of criticism that anyone cared to construct. But the image concealed a coherent politics. First, to exorcise the demon of the defeat in Vietnam by taking assertive action in support of any nominally anti-communist struggle anywhere in the world. Second, to expand the budget deficit through defense spending and force a recalcitrant Congress to cut again and again into the social programs that the rediscovery of poverty and of racial inequality in the United States in the 1960s had spawned. This open program of class aggrandizement was partially successful. Attacks upon union power, the effects of deindustrialization and regional shifts, and of high unemployment, and all the accumulated impacts of the shift from manufacturing to service employment, weakened traditional working-class institutions sufficiently to render much of the population vulnerable. A rising tide of social inequality engulfed the United States in the Reagan years, reaching a post-war high in 1986, by then the poorest fifth of the population, which had gradually improved its share of national income to a high of point of nearly 7% in the Economics with Mirrors 331 early 1970s, found itself with only 4.6%. Between 1979 and 1986, the number of poor families with children increased by 35%, and in some large metropolitan areas, such as New York, Chicago, Baltimore, and New Orleans, more than half the children were living in families with incomes below the poverty line. In spite of surging unemployment, the percentage of unemployed receiving any federal benefit fell to only 32%, or the lowest level in the history of social insurance since its inception in the New Deal. An increase in homelessness signaled a general state of social dislocation, marked by confrontations. The mentally ill were returned to their communities for care, which consisted largely of rejection and violence, the tip of an iceberg of neglect which left nearly 40 million citizens in one of the richest nations of the world with no medical insurance cover whatsoever. While jobs were indeed created during the Reagan years, many of them were low-wage and insecure service jobs, hardly sufficient to offset the 10% decline in the real wage from 1972 to 1986. If family incomes rose, that simply signified that more and more women were entering the workforce. Yet for the young and the rich and the educated and the privileged, things could not have been better. The world of real estate, finance, and business services grew, as did the cultural mass given over to the production of images, knowledge, and cultural and aesthetic forms. The political economic base and, with it, the whole culture of cities were transformed. New York lost its traditional garment trade and turned to the production of debt and fictitious capital instead. In the last 7 years, ran a report by Scardino in the New York Times. New York has constructed 75 new factories to house the debt production and distribution machine. These towers of granite and glass shine through the night as some of this generation's most talented professionals invent new instruments of debt to fit every imagined need: perpetual floating rate notes, yield curve notes, and dual currency notes, to name a few, now traded as casually as the stock of the Standard Oil Company once was. The trade is as vigorous as that which once dominated the harbor. But today, the telephone lines deliver the world's cash to be remixed as if in a bottling plant, squirted into different containers, capped and shipped back out. The biggest physical export from New York. 332. City is now waste paper. The city's economy in fact rests on the production of fictitious capital to lend to the real estate agents who cut deals for the highly paid professionals who manufacture fictitious capital. Likewise, when the image production machine of Los Angeles came to a grinding halt during the Writers Guild strike, people suddenly realized how much of its economic structure is based on a writer telling a producer a story, and that finally it's the weaving of that tale that pays the wages of the man who drives the van that delivers the food that's eaten in the restaurant that feeds the family who make the decisions that keep the economy running. The emergence of this casino economy, with all of its financial speculation and fictitious capital formation, provided abundant opportunities for personal aggrandizement. Casino capitalism had come to town, and many large cities suddenly found they had command of a new and powerful business. On the back of this boom in business and financial services, a whole new yuppie culture formed, with its accoutrements of gentrification, close attention to symbolic capital, fashion, design, and quality of urban life. The obverse side of this affluence was the plague of homelessness, disempowerment, and impoverishment that engulfed many of the central cities. Otherness was produced with a vengeance and a vengefulness unparalleled in the post-war era. The forgotten voices and unforgettable dreams of New York's homeless were recorded this way. I am 37 years old. I look like 52 years old. Some people say that street life is free and easy. It's not free and it's not easy. You don't put no money down. Your payment is your health and mental stability. My country's name is apathy. My land is smeared with shame. My sidescape moves its homeless hordes through welfare's turgid flame. The search goes on for rooms and warmth, some closet hooks, a drawer, a hot place just for one soup. What liberty is for? Just before Christmas 1987, the United States government cut $35 million from the budget for emergency help to the homeless. Meanwhile, personal indebtedness continued to accelerate, and presidential candidates began to fight over who could enunciate the pledge of 341 as the mirror of mirrors. One of the prime conditions of postmodernity is that no one can or should discuss it as a historical geographical condition. It is never easy, of course, to construct a critical assessment of a condition that is overwhelmingly present. The terms of debate, description, and representation are often so circumscribed that there seems to be no escape from evaluations that are anything other than self-referential. It is conventional these days, for example, to dismiss out of hand any suggestion that the economy might be determinant of cultural life even in the last instance. The odd thing about postmodern cultural production is how much sheer profit-seeking is determinant in the first instance. Has come of age in the midst of this climate of voodoo economics, of political image construction and deployment, and of new social class formation. That there is some connection between this postmodernist burst and the image-making of Ronald Reagan, the attempt to deconstruct traditional institutions of working-class power, the masking of the social effects of the economic politics of privilege, ought to be evident enough. A rhetoric that justifies homelessness, unemployment, increasing impoverishment, disempowerment, and the like by appeal to supposedly traditional values of self-reliance and entrepreneurialism will just as freely laud the shift from ethics to aesthetics as its dominant value system. The street scenes of impoverishment, disempowerment, graffiti, and decay become grist for the cultural producer's mill, not, as Deutsche and Ryan point out, in the muckraking reformist style of the late 19th century, but as a quaint and swirling backdrop upon which no social commentary is to be made. Once the poor become aestheticized, poverty itself moves out of our field of social. See as the mirror of mirrors 337 vision, except as a passive depiction of otherness, alienation, and contingency within the human condition. When poverty and homelessness are served up for aesthetic pleasure, then ethics is indeed submerged by aesthetics, inviting, thereby, the bitter harvest of charismatic politics and ideological extremism. If there is a meta-theory with which to embrace all these gyrations of postmodern thinking and cultural production, then why should we not deploy it? 343. Fordist modernism versus flexible postmodernism, or the interpenetration of opposed tendencies in capitalism as a whole. Collage, though pioneered by the modernists, is a technique that postmodernism has very much made its own. The juxtaposition of diverse and seemingly incongruous elements can be fun and occasionally instructive. In this spirit I have taken the oppositions provided by Iyab Hassan and by Halal, Lash and Yuri and Swangadu and jumbled up their terms to produce a collage of terms in Table 4.1. Down the left-hand side are ranged a series of intersecting terms to describe the condition of Fordist modernity, while the right-hand column represents flexible postmodernism. The table suggests amusing associations. But it also indicates how two rather different regimes of accumulation and their associated modes of regulation might hang together, each as a distinctive and relatively coherent kind of social formation. Two reservations to that idea immediately come to mind. First, the oppositions, highlighted for didactic purposes, are never so clear-cut, and the structure of feeling in any society is always a synthetic moment somewhere between the two. Second, associations are no proof of historical causation or even of necessary or integral relations. Even if the associations look plausible and many of them do, some other way has to be found to establish that they form a meaningful configuration. The oppositions within each profile are noteworthy. Fordist modernity is far from homogeneous. There is much here that is about relative fixity and permanence, fixed capital in mass production, stable, standardized, and homogeneous markets, a fixed configuration. Fordist modernism/flexible postmodernism 339 of political economic influence and power, easily identifiable authority and meta-theories, secure grounding in materiality and technical scientific rationality, and the like. But all of this is ranged around a social and economic project of becoming, of growth and transformation of social relations, of oratic art and originality, of renewal and avant-gardism. Postmodernist flexibility, on the other hand, is dominated by fiction, fantasy, the immaterial, fictitious capital, images, ephemerality, chance, and flexibility in production techniques, labor markets, and consumption niches, yet it also embodies strong commitments to being and place, a penchant for charismatic politics, concerns for ontology, and the stable institutions favored by neoconservatism. Habermas's judgment that the value placed on the transitory and the ephemeral discloses a longing for an undefiled, immaculate, and stable present is everywhere in evidence. It seems as if postmodernist flexibility merely reverses the dominant order to be found in Fordist modernity. The latter achieved relative stability in its political-economic apparatus in order to produce strong social and material change, whereas the former has been dogged by disruptive instability in its political-economic apparatus, but sought compensation in stable places of being and in charismatic geopolitics. But what if the table as a whole itself constitutes a structural description of the totality of political, economic and cultural ideological relations within capitalism? To view it this way requires that we see the oppositions across as well as within the profiles as internal relations within a structured whole. That idea, outrageous by postmodernism's own standards, makes more than a little sense. It helps explain how it is that Marx's Capital is so rich in insights into what the current status of thinking is all about. It also helps us understand how the cultural forces at work in, say, fin de siècle Vienna constituted such a complex mix that it is almost impossible to tell where the modernist impulse begins or ends. It helps us dissolve the categories of both modernism and postmodernism into a complex of oppositions expressive of the cultural contradictions of capitalism. We then get to see the categories of both modernism and postmodernism as static reifications imposed upon the fluid interpenetration of dynamic oppositions. Within this matrix of internal relations, there is never one fixed configuration, but a swaying back and forth between centralization and decentralization, between authority and deconstruction, between hierarchy and anarchy, between permanence and flexibility, between the detail and the 342. Social division of labor. The sharp categorical distinction between modernism and postmodernism disappears, to be replaced by an examination of the flux of internal relations within capitalism as a whole. But why the flux? This brings us back to the problem of causation and historical trajectory. 23. The transformative and speculative. Capital is a process and not a thing. It is a process of reproduction of social life through commodity production, in which all of us in the advanced capitalist world are heavily implicated. Its internalized rules of operation are such as to ensure that it is a dynamic and revolutionary mode of social organization, restlessly and ceaselessly transforming the society within which it is embedded. The process masks and fetishizes, achieves growth through creative destruction, creates new wants and needs, exploits the capacity for human labor and desire, transforms spaces, and speeds up the pace of life. It produces problems of overaccumulation for which there are but a limited number of possible solutions. Through these mechanisms, capitalism creates its own distinctive historical geography. Its developmental trajectory is not in any ordinary sense predictable, precisely because it has always been based on speculation on new products, new technologies, new spaces and locations, new labor processes, and the like. There are many ways to make a profit. Post hoc rationalizations of speculative activity depend on a positive answer to the question, was it profitable? Different entrepreneurs, whole spaces of the world economy, generate different solutions to that question, and new answers overtake the old as one speculative wave engulfs another. There are laws of process at work under capitalism capable of generating a seemingly infinite range of outcomes out of the slightest variation in initial conditions or of human activity and imagination. In the same way that the laws of fluid dynamics are invariant in every river in the world, so the laws of capital circulation are consistent from one supermarket to another, from one labor market to another, from one commodity production system to another, from one country to another and from one household to another. Yet, 344. New York and London are as different from each other as the Hudson is from the Thames. Cultural life is often held to be outside rather than within the embrace of this capitalist logic. People, it is said, make their own history in these realms in very specific and quite unpredictable ways, depending upon their values and aspirations, their traditions and norms. Economic determination is irrelevant, even in the famous last instance. I hold this argument to be erroneous in two senses. First, I see no difference in principle between the vast range of speculative and equally unpredictable activities undertaken by entrepreneurs and the equally speculative development of cultural, political, legal, and ideological values and institutions under capitalism. Secondly, while it is indeed possible that speculative development in these latter domains would not be reinforced or discarded according to the post hoc rationalizations of profit-making, profitability has long been implicated in these activities, and with the passing of time the strength of this connection has increased rather than diminished. Precisely because capitalism is expansionary and imperialistic, cultural life in more and more areas gets brought within the grasp of the cash nexus and the logic of capital circulation. To be sure, this has sparked reactions varying from anger and resistance to compliance and appreciation. But the widening and deepening of capitalist social relations with time is, surely, one of the most singular and indisputable facts of recent historical geography. The oppositional relations depicted in Table 4.1 are always subject to the restless transformative activity of capital accumulation and speculative change. Exact configurations cannot be predicted in advance, even though the law-like behavior of the transformative force can. Put more concretely, the degree of Fordism and modernism, or of flexibility and postmodernism, is bound to vary from time to time and from place to place, depending on which configuration is profitable and which is not. Behind all the ferment of modernity and postmodernity, we can discern some simple generative principles that shape an immense diversity of outcomes. Yet the latter strikingly fail to create unpredictable novelty, even though the seemingly infinite capacity to engender products feeds all the illusions of freedom and of open paths for personal fulfillment. Wherever capitalism goes, its illusory apparatus, its fetishisms, and its system of mirrors come not far behind. The logic of Capital 345. It is here that we can invoke, once more, Bourdieu's thesis that we each of us possess powers of regulated improvisation, shaped by experience, which allow us an endless capacity to engender products, thoughts, perceptions, expressions, actions whose limits are set by the historically situated conditions of their production. The conditioned and conditional freedom this secures is as remote from the creation of unpredictable novelty as it is from simple mechanical reproduction of the initial conditionings. It is, Bourdieu suggests, through mechanisms of this sort that every established order tends to produce the naturalization of its own arbitrariness expressed in the sense of limits and the sense of reality, which in turn form the basis for an ineradicable adherence to the established order. The reproduction of the social and symbolic order through the exploration of difference and otherness is all too evident in the climate of postmodernism. So where, then, can real change come from? To begin with, the contradictory experiences acquired under capitalism, many of which are set out in Table 4.1, render the novelty a little less thoroughly predictable than was the case in Bourdieu's encounter with the cabals. Mechanical reproduction of value systems, beliefs, cultural preferences, and the like is impossible, not in spite of but precisely because of the speculative grounding of capitalism's inner logic. The exploration of contradictions always lies at the heart of original thought. But it is also evident that the expression of such contradictions in the form of objective and materialized crises plays a key role in breaking the powerful link between the subjective structures and the objective structures, and thereby lay the groundwork for a critique that brings the undiscussed into discussion and the unformulated into formulation. While crises in the experience of space and time, in the financial system, or in the economy at large, may form a necessary condition for cultural and political changes, the sufficient conditions lie more deeply embedded in the internalized dialectics of thought and knowledge production. For it is ever the case that, as Marx has it, we erect our structure in imagination before we erect it in reality. 350. The work of art in an age of electronic reproduction and image banks. In principle, a work of art has always been reproducible, wrote Walter Benjamin, but mechanical reproduction represents something new. It made concrete the poet Paul Valéry's prediction: just as water, gas, and electricity are brought into our houses from far off to satisfy our needs in response to minimal effort, so we shall be supplied with visual or auditory images, which will appear and disappear at a simple movement of the hand. The consequences that Benjamin foresaw have been emphasized many times over by the advances in electronic reproduction and the capacity to store images, torn out of their actual contexts in space and time, for instantaneous use and retrieval on a mass basis. The increased role of the masses in cultural life has had both positive and negative consequences. Benjamin feared their desire to bring things closer spatially and humanly, because it inevitably led to transitoriness and reproducibility as hallmarks of a cultural production system that had hitherto explored uniqueness and permanence. The ease with which fascism could make use of that was a signal warning that the democratization of working-class culture was not necessarily an unmitigated blessing. What is really at stake here, however, is an analysis of cultural production and the formation of aesthetic judgments through an organized system of production and consumption mediated by sophisticated divisions of labor, promotional exercises, and marketing arrangements. And these days the whole system is dominated by the circulation of capital. As a production, marketing, and consumption system, it exhibits many peculiarities in the form its labor process takes, and in the manner of linkage between production and consumption. The one thing that cannot be said of it is that the circulation of capital is absent, and that the practitioners and agents at work within it are. The work of art in a postmodernist age 347 unaware of the laws and rules of capital accumulation. And it is certainly not democratically controlled and organized, even though consumers are highly dispersed and have more than a little say in what is produced and what aesthetic values shall be conveyed. This is not the place to launch into any extensive discussion of the various modes of organization of the sector of economic activity, or of the ways in which aesthetic and cultural trends get woven into the fabric of daily life. Such topics have been thoroughly investigated by others. But two important issues do stand out as directly relevant to understanding the condition of postmodernity as a whole. First, the class relations prevailing within the system of production and consumption are of a peculiar sort. What stands out here is sheer money power as a means of domination rather than direct control over the means of production and wage labor in the classic sense. One side effect has been to rekindle a lot of theoretical interest in the nature of money power and the asymmetries that can arise therefrom. Media stars, for example, can be highly paid yet grossly exploited by their agents, the record companies, the media tycoons, and the like. Such a system of asymmetrical money relations relates to the need to mobilize cultural creativity and aesthetic ingenuity, not only in the production of a cultural artifact but also in its promotion, packaging, and transformation into some kind of successful spectacle. But asymmetrical money power does not necessarily promote class consciousness. It is conducive to demands for individual liberty and entrepreneurial freedom. The conditions prevailing within what Daniel Bell calls the cultural mass of producers and consumers of cultural artifacts shape attitudes different from those that arise out of conditions of wage labor. This cultural mass adds yet another layer to that amorphous formation known as the middle class. The political identity of such a social stratum has always been notoriously shaky, varying from the white-collar workers who formed the backbone of German Nazism to those who played such an important role in reshaping the cultural and political life of late 19th century Paris. While it is dangerous to advance any general rules in this regard, such strata tend to lack the reassuring support of a moral tradition that they could call their own. They either become value parasites drawing their consciousness from association with one or other of the dominant classes in society or cultivate all manner of fictitious marks of their own identity. It is in these strata that the quest for symbolic 348 capital is most marked, and for them that movements of fashion, localism, nationalism, language, and even religion and myth can be of the greatest significance. What I am proposing here is to look carefully at the kind of circularity within the cultural mass which brings together producers held in thrall by pure money power on the one hand, and on the other hand relatively affluent consumers, themselves part of the cultural mass, who look for a certain kind of cultural output as a clear mark of their own social identity. In the same way that the new social layers provided the mass audience to which the Paris Impressionists, themselves part of that social formation, could appeal, so the new social layers that came into existence with the formation of the cultural mass and the rise of new white-collar occupations in finance, real estate, law, education, science, and business services provided a powerful source of demand for new cultural forms based on fashion, nostalgia, pastiche, and kitsch, in short, all that we associate with postmodernism. The politics of the cultural mass are, however, important, since they are in the business of defining the symbolic order through the production of images for everyone. The more it turns in upon itself, or the more it sides with this or that dominant class in society, the more the prevailing sense of the symbolic and moral order tends to shift. I think it fair to say that the cultural mass drew heavily upon the working class movement for its cultural identity in the 1960s, but that the attack upon, and decline of, the latter from the early 1970s onwards cut loose the cultural mass, which then shaped its own identity around its own concerns with money, power, individualism, entrepreneurialism, and the like. The imaging of politics by the public relations agencies matched the politics of imaging in powerful ways. Second, the development of cultural production and marketing on a global scale has itself been a primary agent in time-space compression, in part because it projected a musée imaginaire, a jazz club, or a concert hall into everyone's living room, but also for a set of other reasons that Benjamin considered. Our taverns and our metropolitan streets, our offices and furnished rooms, our railroad stations and our factories appeared to have us locked up hopelessly. Then came the film and burst this prison world asunder by the dynamite of a tenth of a second, so that now, in the midst of its far-flung ruins and the work of art in a postmodernist age 349 debris, we calmly and adventurously go traveling. With the close-up, space expands, with slow motion, movement is extended. Evidently a different nature opens itself to the camera than opens to the naked eye, if only because an unconsciously penetrated space is substituted for a space consciously explored. 354. Responses to time-space compression. There have been various responses to the travails of time-space compression. The first line of defense is to withdraw into a kind of shell-shocked, blasé, or exhausted silence, and to bow down before the overwhelming sense of how vast, intractable, and outside any individual or even collective control everything is. Excessive information, it transpires, is one of the best inducements to forgetting. The qualities of postmodern fiction, the flattest possible characters in the flattest possible landscape rendered in the flattest possible diction, are suggestive of exactly that reaction. The personal world that Wenders depicts in Paris, Texas does likewise. Wings of Desire, though more optimistic, still replies in the affirmative to the other question which Newman poses: have the velocities of recent change been so great that we do not know how to trace their lines of force, that no sensibility, least of all narrative, has been able to articulate them? This aspect of postmodernism has been reinforced by the activities of the deconstructionists. In their suspicion of any narrative that aspires to coherence, and in their rush to deconstruct anything that even looks like meta-theory, they challenged all basic propositions. To the degree that all the narrative accounts on offer contained hidden presuppositions and simplifications, they deserved critical scrutiny, if only to emerge the stronger for it. But in challenging all consensual standards of truth and justice, of ethics and meaning, and in pursuing the dissolution of all narratives and meta-theories into a diffuse universe of language games, deconstructionism ended up, in spite of the best intentions of its more radical practitioners, by reducing knowledge and meaning to a rubble of signifiers. It thereby produced a condition of nihilism that prepared the ground for the re-emergence of a charismatic politics and even more simplistic propositions than those which were deconstructed. Responses to time-space compression 351. The second reaction amounts to a freewheeling denial of the complexity of the world, and a penchant for the representation of it in terms of highly simplified rhetorical propositions. Slogans abound, from left to right of the political spectrum, and depthless images are deployed to capture complex meanings. Travel, even imaginary and vicarious, is supposed to broaden the mind, but it just as frequently ends up confirming prejudices. The third response has been to find an intermediate niche for political and intellectual life which spurns grand narrative but which does cultivate the possibility of limited action. This is the progressive angle to postmodernism, which emphasizes community and locality, place and regional resistances, social movements, respect for otherness, and the like. It is an attempt to carve out at least one knowable world from the infinity of possible worlds which are daily shown to us on the television screen. At its best, it produces trenchant images of possible other worlds, and even begins to shape the actual world. But it is hard to stop the slide into parochialism, myopia, and self-referentiality in the face of the universalizing force of capital circulation. At worst, it brings us back to narrow and sectarian politics in which respect for others gets mutilated in the fires of competition between the fragments. And, it should not be forgotten, this was the path that allowed Heidegger to reach his accommodation with Nazism, and which continues to inform the rhetoric of fascism. The fourth response has been to try and ride the tiger of time-space compression through construction of a language and an imagery that can mirror and hopefully command it. I place the frenetic writings of Baudrillard and Virilio in this category, since they seem hell-bent on fusing with time-space compression and replicating it in their own flamboyant rhetoric. We have seen this kind of response before, most specifically in Nietzsche's extraordinary evocations in The Will to Power. Compared to that, however, it seems as if Baudrillard reduces Nietzsche's tragic sense to farce. Jameson, for all his brilliance, likewise loses his hold on both the reality he is seeking to represent and on the language that might properly be deployed to represent it in his more protean writings. Indeed, the hyper-rhetoric of this wing of the postmodern reaction can dissolve into the most alarming irresponsibility. In reading Jameson's account of schizophrenia, for example, it is hard not to impute euphoric qualities to the hallucinogenic rush of intoxicating experience behind the surface appearance of anxiety and neurosis. But as Taylor points out, Jameson's selective quotations. 352. From the autobiography of a schizophrenic girl eliminate the terror that attaches to her unreality states, making it all seem like a well-controlled LSD trip rather than a succession of states of guilt, lethargy, and helplessness coupled with anguished and sometimes tempestuous dislocation. Deleuze and Guattari, applauded by Foucault, likewise recommend that we accommodate to the fact that everywhere capitalism sets in motion schizoflows that animate our arts and our sciences, just as they congeal into the production of our own sick, the schizophrenics. Revolutionaries, they advise, should carry out their undertakings along the lines of the schizo process, because the schizophrenic has become caught up in a flux of desire that threatens the social order. If this is indeed the case, then I am left contemplating the following account from the Associated Press, December 27, 1987, as a possible epitaph on our civilization. Mr. Dobbin had been diagnosed as a schizophrenic. On Thanksgiving Day, the police say, Mr. Dobbin took his two sons, Bartley Joel, 2 years old, and Peter David, 15 months old, to the Canon Muskegon Corporation foundry where he worked and put them inside a giant ladle used to carry molten metal. He then heated it to 1,300 degrees while his wife, unknowing, waited outside in the car. Now Bartley James Dobbin, 26, sits under suicide surveillance. In case this be thought a too extreme vision, I quote also Kenny Scharf, whose sequence of paintings of Estelle escaping time-space compression with a one-way ticket to outer space has her, in the final picture, just kind of having fun by herself, floating and watching the world blow up. And if that is judged too imaginary, then I quote Alan Sugar, chairman of the Amstrad Corporation, if there was a market in mass-produced portable nuclear weapons then we'd market them too. 357. The crisis of historical materialism. The odd thing is how radical some of these diverse responses appeared, and how difficult it has been for the left, as opposed to the right, to cope with them. On reflection, the oddity disappears easily enough. A mode of thought that is anti-authoritarian and iconoclastic, that insists on the authenticity of other voices, that celebrates difference, decentralization, and democratization of taste, as well as the power of imagination over materiality, has to have a radical cutting edge even when indiscriminately used. In the hands of its more responsible practitioners, the whole baggage of ideas associated with postmodernism could be deployed to radical ends, and thereby be seen as part of a fundamental drive towards a more liberatory politics, in exactly the same way that the turn to more flexible labor processes could be seen as an opening to a new era of democratic and highly decentralized labor relations and cooperative endeavors. From the standpoint of the traditionalist right, the excesses of the 1960s and the violence of 1968 appeared subversive in the extreme. Perhaps for that reason, Daniel Bell's description in The Cultural Contradictions of Capitalism, though launched entirely from a right-wing perspective that sought the restoration of respect for authority, was probably more accurate than many of the left attempts to grasp what was happening. Other writers, like Toffler and even McLuhan, saw the significance of time-space compression and the confusions it generated in ways that the left could not see, precisely because it was so deeply embroiled in creating the confusion. Only recently has the left come to terms with some of these issues, and I think it significant that Behrman's book, published in 1982, recuperates some of these themes only by treating Marx as the first great modernist writer rather than as a Marxist who could see through what modernism was all about. The New Left was preoccupied with a struggle to liberate itself from the dual shackles of old left politics and the repressive powers of corporate capital and bureaucratized institutions. It saw itself from the very outset as a cultural as well as a political economic force, and helped force the turn to aesthetics that postmodernism has been about. But there were unintended consequences of such a line of action. The push into cultural politics connected better with anarchism and libertarianism than with traditional Marxism, and set the New Left against traditional working-class attitude and institutions. The New Left embraced the new social movements which were themselves agents of fragmentation of old left politics. To the degree that the latter were at best passive, and at worst reactionary, in their treatment of race and gender issues, of difference and of the problems of colonized peoples and repressed minorities, of ecological and aesthetic issues, some kind of political shift of the sort that the New Left proposed was surely justified. But in making its move, the New Left tended to abandon its faith both in the proletariat as an instrument of progressive change and in historical materialism as a mode of analysis. André Gortz proclaimed farewell to the working class, and Aronowitz announced the crisis of historical materialism. The New Left thereby cut itself off from its own ability to have a critical perspective on itself or on the social processes of transformation that underlay the surge into postmodernist ways of thought. In insisting that it was culture and politics that mattered, and that it was neither reasonable nor proper to invoke economic determination even in the last instance, it was unable to stop its own drift into ideological positions that were weak in contest with the newfound strength of the neoconservatives, and which forced it to compete on the same terrain of image production, aesthetics, and ideological power when the means of communication lay in its opponents' hands. In a 1983 symposium, Marxism and the Interpretation of Culture, for example, most of the authors paid far more attention to Foucault and Derrida than they did to Marx. Ironically, it was an old left figure, Raymond Williams, a longtime student of working-class cultural forms and values, who crossed the tracks of the New Left and tried to re-establish the material groundings of what cultural practices might be about. Williams not only rejected modernism as a valid category but, by extension, saw postmodernism as itself a mask for the deeper transformations in the culture of capitalism which he sought to identify. The Crisis of Historical Materialism 355. The interrogation of orthodox Marxian formulations was both necessary and positive in its implications. Important transitions were indeed afoot in political economy, in the nature of state functions, in cultural practices, and in the time-space dimension across which social relations had to be assessed. It took a properly dynamic rather than static conception of both theory and historical materialism to grasp the significance of these shifts. Of the areas of greatest development I would list 4. 1. The treatment of difference and otherness not as something to be added on to more fundamental Marxist categories, but as something that should be omnipresent from the very beginning in any attempt to grasp the dialectics of social change. The importance of recuperating such aspects of social organization as race, gender, religion, within the overall frame of historical materialist inquiry and class politics cannot be overestimated. 2. A recognition that the production of images and of discourses is an important facet of activity that has to be analyzed as part and parcel of the reproduction and transformation of any symbolic order. Aesthetic and cultural practices matter, and the conditions of their production deserve the closest attention. 3. A recognition that the dimensions of space and time matter, and that there are real geographies of social action, real as well as metaphorical territories and spaces of power that become vital as organizing forces in the geopolitics of capitalism, at the same time as they are the sites of innumerable differences and othernesses that have to be understood both in their own right and within the overall logic of capitalist development. Historical materialism is finally beginning to take its geography seriously. 4. Historical geographical materialism is an open-ended and dialectical mode of inquiry rather than a closed and fixed body of understandings. Metatheory is not a statement of total truth but an attempt to come to terms with the historical and geographical truths that characterize capitalism both in general as well as in its present phase. 360. Cracks in the mirrors, fusions at the. We feel that postmodernism is over, a major United States developer told the architect Moshe Safdie. For projects which are going to be ready in 5 years, we are now considering new architectural appointments. He said this, reported Safdie, with the naturalness of a clothing manufacturer who tells you that he does not want to be stuck with a line of blue coats when red is in. Perhaps for this very reason, Philip Johnson has put his considerable weight behind the new movement of deconstructivism with all its highbrow appeal to theory. If this is where the developers are heading, can the philosophers and literary theorists be far behind? On October 19, 1987, someone peeked behind the reflecting mirrors of U.S. economic policy and, frightened at what they saw there, plunged the world's stock markets into such a fearful crash that nearly a third of the paper value of assets worldwide was written off within a few days. The event provoked ugly memories of 1929, pushed most finance houses to draconian economies, others into hasty mergers. Fortunes made overnight by the young, the aggressive, and the ruthless traders in the hyperspace of instant financial dealing were lost even more speedily than they had been acquired. The economy of New York City and other major financial centers was threatened by the rapid fall in the volume of trading. Yet the rest of the world remained strangely unmoved. Different Worlds was the headline in the Wall Street Journal, as it compared the eerily detached view from Main Street, USA, with that of Wall Street. The crash aftermath is the tale of two cultures processing different information, operating on different time horizons, dreaming different dreams. The financial community living by the minute and trading by the computer operates on one set of values, while the rest of America living by the decade, buying and holding has a 357 different code which might be called the ethic of those who have their hands on shovels. Main Street may feel justified in its indifference because the dire predictions in the aftermath of the crash have not as yet materialized. But the mirrors of accelerating indebtedness continue to work overtime. Fictitious capital is even more hegemonic than before in its influence. It creates its own fantastic world of booming paper wealth and assets. Asset inflation takes over where the commodity inflation of the 1970s left off until the mass of funds thrown into the markets to ward off the crash in October 1987 works its way through the economy to produce a resurgence of wage and commodity inflation 2 years later. Debts get rescheduled and rolled over at ever faster rates, with the aggregate effect of rescheduling the crisis tendencies of capitalism into the 21st century. Yet cracks in the reflecting mirrors of economic performance abound. U.S. banks write off billions of dollars of bad loans, governments default, international currency markets remain in perpetual turmoil. On the philosophical front, deconstructionism has been put on the defensive by the controversies over the Nazi sympathies of Heidegger and Paul de Man. That Heidegger, the inspiration of deconstruction, should have had such an unrepentant attachment to Nazism, and that Paul de Man, one of deconstructionism's most accomplished practitioners, should have had such a murky past of anti-Semitic writing, has proved a major embarrassment. The charge that deconstruction is neo-fascist is not in itself interesting, but the manner of defense against the charge is. Hillis Miller, for example, appeals to the facts, to principles of fairness and reasonableness, and to historical context in his defense of Demand's appalling interventions. The irony, of course, is that these are all ways of arguing that Hillis Miller had pulled a part in the work of others. Rorty, on the other hand, takes his own position to its logical conclusion, declaring that the political opinions of a great philosopher do not have to be taken any more seriously than philosophy itself, and that any relationship between ideas and reality, moral positions, and philosophical writings is purely contingent. The flagrant irresponsibility of that position is almost as embarrassing as the transgressions that set the whole debate rolling. The cracks in an intellectual edifice that opens the way to the empowerment of aesthetics over ethics are important. Deconstructionism, like any system of thought and any definition of an over. 358. Whelming symbolic order, internalizes certain contradictions which at a certain point become more and more self-evident. When Lyotard, for example, seeks to keep his radical hopes alive by appeal to some pristine and unsullied concept of justice, he proposes a truth statement that lies above the melee of interest groups and their cacophony of language games. When Hillis Miller is forced to appeal to liberal and positivist values to defend his mentor Paul de Man against what he considers the calumny of false accusations, then he, too, invokes universals. And at the edges of these trends there are all sorts of fusions of the fragments in progress. Jesse Jackson employs charismatic politics in a political campaign which nevertheless begins to fuse some of the social movements in the United States that have long been apathetic to each other. The very possibility of a genuine rainbow coalition defines a unified politics which inevitably speaks the tacit language of class, because this is precisely what defines the common experience within the differences. U.S. trade union leaders finally begin to worry that their support for foreign dictatorships in the name of anti-communism since 1950, has promoted the unfair labor practices and low wages in many countries which now compete for jobs and investment. And when British Ford car workers struck and stopped car production in Belgium and West Germany, they suddenly realized that spatial dispersal in the division of labor is not entirely to the capitalists' advantage and international strategies are feasible as well as desirable. Signs of a new internationalism in the ecological sphere and in the fight against racism, apartheid, world hunger, uneven geographical development, are everywhere, even if much of it still lies in the realm of pure image-making rather than in political organization. The geopolitical stress between East and West also undergoes a notable amelioration. The cracks in the mirror may not be too wide, and the fusions at the edges may not be too striking, but the fact that all are there suggests that the condition of postmodernity is undergoing a subtle evolution, perhaps reaching a point of self-dissolution into something different. But what? Answers to that cannot be rendered in abstraction from the political economic forces currently transforming the world of labor, finance, uneven geographical development, and the like. The lines of tension are clear enough. Geopolitics and economic nationalism, localism, and the politics of place, are all fighting it out with a new internationalism in the most contradictory of ways. The fusion of 359. The European Economic Community as a commodity trading bloc takes place in 1992, takeovers and merger manias will sweep the continent, yet Thatcherism still proclaims itself as a distinctive national project resting upon the peculiarities of the British. International control over finance capital looks inevitable, yet it seems impossible to arrive at that through the collectivity of national interests. In the intellectual and cultural spheres similar oppositions can be identified. Wenders seems to propose a new romanticism, the exploration of global meanings and the prospects for becoming through the release of romantic desire out of the stasis of being. There are dangers in releasing an unknown and perhaps uncontrollable aesthetic power into an unstable situation. Brandon Taylor favors a return to realism as a means to bring cultural practices back into a realm where some kind of explicit ethical content can be expressed. Even some of the deconstructionists seem to be reverting to ethics. Beyond that, there is a renewal of historical materialism and of the Enlightenment project. Through the first we can begin to understand postmodernity as an historical geographical condition. On that critical basis it becomes possible to launch a counter-attack of narrative against the image, of ethics against aesthetics, of a project of becoming rather than being, and to search for unity within difference, albeit in a context where the power of the image and of aesthetics, the problems of time-space compression, and the significance of geopolitics and otherness are clearly understood. A renewal of historical geographical materialism can indeed promote adherence to a new version of the Enlightenment project. Poggioli captures the difference thus. In the consciousness of the classical epoch, it is not the present that brings the past into culmination, but the past that culminates in the present, and the present is in turn understood as a new triumph of ancient and eternal values, as a return to the principle of the true and the just, as a restoration or rebirth of those principles. But for the moderns, the present is valid only by virtue of the potentialities of the future, as the matrix of the future, insofar as it is the forge of history in continued metamorphosis, seen as a permanent spiritual revolution. There are some who would have us return to classicism and others who seek to tread the path of the moderns. From the standpoint of the latter, every age is judged to attain the fullness of its time, not by being but by becoming. I could not agree more.